Section 8 of Three Soldiers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. Three Soldiers by John Dos Passos. Section 8. 4. The moon lay among the clouds on the horizon, like a big red pumpkin among its leaves. Chrisfield squinted at it through the boughs of the apple trees laden with apples that gave a winey fragrance to the crisp air. He was sitting on the ground, his legs stretched limply before him, leaning against the rough trunk of an apple tree. Opposite him, leaning against another tree, was the square form, surmounted by a large, long-jawed face, of Judkins. Between them lay two empty cognac bottles. All about them was the rustling orchard, with its crooked twigs that made a crackling sound rubbing together in the gusts of the autumn wind, that came heavy with a smell of damp woods and of rotting fruits and of all the ferment of the overripe fields. Chrisfield felt it stirring the moist hair on his forehead, and through the buzzing haze of the cognac heard the plunk, plunk, plunk of apples dropping that followed each gust, and the twanging of night insects, and, far in the distance, the endless rumble of guns, like tom-toms beaten for a dance. "You heard what the colonel said, didn't you?" said Judkins in a voice hoarse from too much drink. Chrisfield belched and nodded his head vaguely. He remembered Andrews's white fury after the men had been dismissed, how he had sat down on the end of a log by the field kitchen, staring at the patch of earth he beat into mud with the toe of his boot. "Then," went on Judkins, trying to imitate the colonel's solemn, efficient voice, "on the subject of prisoners." He hiccuped and made a limp gesture with his hand. "On the subject of prisoners, well, I'll leave that to you, but just remember what the Huns did to Belgium, and I might add that we have barely enough emergency rations as it is, and the more prisoners you have, the less fellers'll get to eat." "That's what he said, Judkie, that's what he said." "And the more prisoners you have, the less youse'll get to eat," chanted Judkins, making a triumphal flourish with his hand. Chrisfield groped for the cognac bottle. It was empty. He waved it in the air a minute, and then threw it into the tree opposite him. A shower of little apples fell about Judkins's head. He got unsteadily to his feet. "I tell you, fellers," he said, "war ain't no picnic." Chrisfield stood up and grabbed at an apple. His teeth crunched into it. "Sweet," he said. "Sweet nothin'," mumbled Judkins. "War ain't no picnic. I tell you, buddy, if you take any prisoners," he hiccoughed, "after what the colonel said, I'll lick the spots out of you, by God I will. Rip up their guts, that's all, like they was dummies. Rip up their guts." His voice suddenly changed to one of childish dismay. "Gee, Chris, I'm going to be sick," he whispered. "Look out," said Chrisfield, pushing him away. Judkins leaned against a tree and vomited. The full moon had risen above the clouds and filled the apple orchard with chilly golden light that cast a fantastic shadow pattern of interlaced twigs and branches upon the bare ground littered with apples. The sound of the guns had grown nearer. There were loud, eager rumbles as of bowls being rolled very hard on a bowling alley, combined with a continuous roar like sheets of iron being shaken. "I bet it's hell out there," said Chrisfield. "I feel better," said Judkins. "Let's go get some more cognac." "I'm hungry," said Chrisfield. "Let's go and get that ole woman to cook us up some eggs." "Too damn late," growled Judkins. "How the hell late is it?" "Dunno. I sold my watch." They were walking at random through the orchard. They came to a field full of big pumpkins that gleamed in the moonlight and cast shadows black as holes. In the distance they could see wooded hills. Chrisfield picked up a medium-sized pumpkin and threw it as hard as he could into the air. It split into three when it landed with a thud on the ground, and the moist yellow seeds spilled out. "Some strong man you are," said Judkins, tossing up a bigger one. "Say, there's a farmhouse, maybe we could get some eggs from the hen roost." Hell of a lot of hens." At that moment the crowing of a rooster came across the silent fields. They ran towards the dark farm buildings. "Look out! There may be officers quartered there." They walked cautiously round the square, silent group of buildings. There were no lights. The big wooden door of the court pushed open easily without creaking. On the roof of the barn the pigeon cot was etched dark against the disk of the moon. A warm smell of stables blew in their faces as the two men tiptoed into the manure-littered farmyard. Under one of the sheds they found a table on which a great many pears were set to ripen. Chrisfield put his teeth into one. The rich sweet juice ran down his chin. He ate the pear quickly and greedily, and then bit into another. "Fill your pockets with 'em," whispered Judkins. "They might catch us." "Catch us, hell! We'll be goin' into the offensive in a day or two." "Ah sure would like to git some eggs." Chrisfield pushed open the door of one of the barns. A smell of creamy milk and cheeses filled his nostrils. "Come here," he whispered. "Want some cheese?" A lot of cheeses ranged on a board shone silver in the moonlight that came in through the open door. "Hell no, ain't fit to eat," said Judkins, pushing his heavy fist into one of the new soft cheeses. "Don't do that." "Well, ain't we saved 'em from the Huns?" "But, hell." "War ain't no picnic, that's all," said Judkins. In the next door they found chickens roosting in a small room with straw on the floor. The chickens ruffled their feathers and made a muffled squeaking as they slept. Suddenly there was a loud squawking and all the chickens were cackling with terror. "Beat it," muttered Judkins, running for the gate of the farmyard. There were shrill cries of women in the house. A voice shrieking, "C'est les Boches! C'est les Boches!" rose above the cackling of chickens and the clamor of guinea hens. As they ran, they heard the rasping cries of a woman in hysterics, rending the rustling autumn night. "God damn," said Judkins breathless. "They ain't got no right, those frogs ain't, to carry on like that." They ducked into the orchard again. Above the squawking of the chicken Judkins still held, swinging it by its legs, Chrisfield could hear the woman's voice shrieking. Judkins dexterously wrung the chicken's neck. Crushing the apples underfoot, they strode fast through the orchard. The voice faded into the distance until it could not be heard above the sound of the guns. "Gee, I'm kind o' cut up 'bout that lady," said Chrisfield. "Well, ain't we saved her from the Huns?" "Andy don't think so." "Well, if you want to know what I think about that guy Andy, I don't think much of him. I think he's yaller, that's all," said Judkins. "No, he ain't." "I heard the lieutenant say so. He's a goddam yeller dawg." Chrisfield swore sullenly. "Well, juss you wait and see. I tell you, buddy, war ain't no picnic." "What the hell are we goin' to do with that chicken?" said Judkins. "You remember what happened to Eddie White?" "Hell, we'd better leave it here." Judkins swung the chicken by its neck around his head and threw it as hard as he could into the bushes. They were walking along the road between chestnut trees that led to their village. It was dark except for irregular patches of bright moonlight in the center that lay white as milk among the indentated shadows of the leaves. All about them rose a cool scent of woods, of ripe fruits and of decaying leaves, of the ferment of the autumn countryside. The lieutenant sat at a table in the sun, in the village street outside the company office. In front of him sparkled piles of money and daintily tinted banknotes. Beside him stood Sergeant Higgins with an air of solemnity, and the second sergeant and the corporal. The men stood in line, and as each came before the table he saluted with deference, received his money, and walked away with a self-conscious air. A few villagers looked on from the small windows with grey frames of their rambling whitewashed houses. In the ruddy sunshine the line of men cast an irregular blue-violet shadow, like a gigantic centipede, on the yellow gravel road. From the table by the window of the cafe of Nos Braves Poilus where Small and Judkins and Chrisfield had established themselves with their pay crisp in their pockets, they could see the little front garden of the house across the road, where, behind a hedge of orange marigolds, Andrews sat on the doorstep talking to an old woman hunched on a low chair in the sun just inside the door, who leant her small white head over towards his yellow one. "There you are," said Judkins in a solemn tone. "He don't even go after his pay. That guy thinks he's the whole show, he does." Chrisfield flushed, but said nothing. "He don't do nothin' all day long but talk to that ole lady," said Small with a grin. "Guess she reminds him of his mother or somethin'. He always does go round with all the frogs he can. Looks to me like he'd rather have a drink with a frog than with an American." "Reckon he wants to learn their language," said Small. "He won't never come to much in this army, that's what I'm tellin' you," said Judkins. The little houses across the way had flushed red with the sunset. Andrews got to his feet slowly and languidly, and held out his hand to the old woman. She stood up, a small tottering figure in a black silk shawl. He leaned over towards her and she kissed both his cheeks vigorously several times. He walked down the road towards the billets, with a fatigue cap in his hand, looking at the ground. "He's got a flower behind his ear, like a cigarette," said Judkins with a disgusted snort. "Well, I guess we'd better go," said Small. "We've got to be in quarters at 6." They were silent a moment. In the distance the guns kept up a continual tom-tom sound. "Guess we'll be in that soon," said Small. Chrisfield felt a chill go down his spine. He moistened his lips with his tongue. "Guess it's hell out there," said Judkins. "War ain't no picnic." "I don't give a hoot in hell," said Chrisfield. The men were lined up in the village street with their packs on, waiting for the order to move. Thin wreaths of white mist still lingered in the trees and over the little garden plots. The sun had not yet risen, but ranks of clouds in the pale blue sky overhead were brilliant with crimson and gold. The men stood in an irregular line, bent over a little by the weight of their equipment, moving back and forth, stamping their feet and beating their arms together, their noses and ears red from the chill of the morning. The haze of their breath rose above their heads. Down the misty road a drab-colored limousine appeared, running slowly. It stopped in front of the line of men. The lieutenant came hurriedly out of the house opposite, drawing on a pair of gloves. The men standing in line looked curiously at the limousine. They could see that two of the tires were flat and that the glass was broken. There were scratches on the drab paint, and in the door 3 long jagged holes that obliterated the number. A little murmur went down the line of men. The door opened with difficulty, and a major in a light buff-colored coat stumbled out. One arm, wrapped in bloody bandages, was held in a sling made of a handkerchief. His face was white and drawn into a stiff mask with pain. The lieutenant saluted. "For God's sake, where's a repair station?" he asked in a loud, shaky voice. "There's none in this village, Major." "Where the hell is there one?" "I don't know," said the lieutenant in a humble tone. "Why the hell don't you know? This organization's rotten, no good. Major Stanley's just been killed. What the hell's the name of this village?" "Teokor." "Where the hell's that?" The chauffeur had leaned out. He had no cap and his hair was full of dust. "You see, Lieutenant, we wants to get to Chalons." "Yes, that's it, Chalons-sur-Marne," said the major. "The billeting officer has a map," said the lieutenant. "Last house to the left." "Oh, let's get there quick," said the major. He fumbled with the fastening of the door. The lieutenant opened it for him. As he opened the door, the men nearest had seen a glimpse of the interior of the car. On the far side was a long object huddled in blankets, propped up on the seat. Before he got in, the major leaned over and pulled a woolen rug out, holding it away from him with his one good arm. The car moved off slowly, and all down the village street the men, lined up waiting for orders, stared curiously at the 3 jagged holes in the door. The lieutenant looked at the rug that lay in the middle of the road. He touched it with his foot. It was soaked with blood that in places had dried into clots. The lieutenant and the men of his company looked at it in silence. The sun had risen and shone on the roofs of the little whitewashed houses behind them. Far down the road a regiment had begun to move. 5. At the brow of the hill they rested. Chrisfield sat on the red clay bank and looked about him, his rifle between his knees. In front of him on the side of the road was a French burying ground, where the little wooden crosses, tilting in every direction, stood up against the sky, and the bead wreaths glistened in the warm sunlight. All down the road, as far as he could see, was a long drab worm, broken in places by strings of motor trucks, a drab worm that wriggled down the slope, through the roofless shell of the village, and up into the shattered woods on the crest of the next hills. Chrisfield strained his eyes to see the hills beyond. They lay blue and very peaceful in the noon mist. The river glittered about the piers of the wrecked stone bridge and disappeared between rows of yellow poplars. Somewhere in the valley a big gun fired. The shell shrieked into the distance, towards the blue, peaceful hills. Chrisfield's regiment was moving again. The men, their feet slipping in the clayey mud, went downhill with long strides, the straps of their packs tugging at their shoulders. "Isn't this great country?" said Andrews, who marched beside him. "Ah'd liever to be an O.T.C. like that bastard Anderson." "Oh, to hell with that," said Andrews. He still had a big faded orange marigold in one of the buttonholes of his soiled tunic. He walked with his nose in the air and his nostrils dilated, enjoying the tang of the autumnal sunlight. Chrisfield took the cigarette, that had gone out half smoked, from his mouth and spat savagely at the heels of the man in front of him. "This ain't no life for a white man," he said. "I'd rather be this than that," said Andrews bitterly. He tossed his head in the direction of a staff car full of officers that was stalled at the side of the road. They were drinking something out of a thermos bottle that they passed round with the air of Sunday excursionists. They waved with a conscious relaxation of discipline at the men they passed. One, a little lieutenant with a black mustache with pointed ends, kept crying: "They're running like rabbits, fellers, they're running like rabbits." A wavering half cheer would come from the column now and then where it was passing the staff car. The big gun fired again. Chrisfield was near it this time and felt the concussion like a blow in the head. "Some baby," said the man behind him. Someone was singing: "Good morning, Mr. Zip Zip Zip, with your haircut just as short as, with your haircut just as short as, with your haircut just as short as mine." Everybody took it up. Their steps rang in rhythm in the paved streets that zigzagged among the smashed houses of the village. Ambulances passed them, big trucks full of huddled men with grey faces, from which came a smell of sweat and blood and carbolic. Somebody went on: "Oh, ashes to ashes and dust to dust." "Can that," cried Judkins, "it ain't lucky." But everybody had taken up the song. Chrisfield noticed that Andrews's eyes were sparkling. If he ain't the damnedest, he thought to himself. But he shouted at the top of his lungs with the rest: "Oh, ashes to ashes and dust to dust, if the gas bombs don't get yer, the 88s must." They were climbing the hill again. The road was worn into deep ruts, and there were many shell holes full of muddy water, into which their feet slipped. The woods began, a shattered skeleton of woods, full of old artillery emplacements and dugouts, where torn camouflage fluttered from splintered trees. The ground and the road were littered with tin cans and brass shell cases. Along both sides of the road the trees were festooned as with creepers, with strand upon strand of telephone wire. When next they stopped, Chrisfield was on the crest of the hill, beside a battery of French 75's. He looked curiously at the Frenchmen, who sat about on logs in their pink and blue shirt sleeves, playing cards and smoking. Their gestures irritated him. "Say, tell 'em we're advancin'," he said to Andrews. "Are we?" said Andrews. "All right." "Dis donc, les Boches, quand il comme des lapins?" he shouted. One of the men turned his head and laughed. "He said they'd been running that way for years," said Andrews. He slipped his pack off, sat down on it, and fished for a cigarette. Chrisfield took off his helmet and rubbed a muddy hand through his hair. He took a bite of chewing tobacco and sat with his hands clasped over his knees. "How the hell long are we going to wait this time?" he muttered. The shadows of the tangled and splintered trees crept slowly across the road. The French artillerymen were eating their supper. A long train of motor trucks growled past, splashing mud over the men crowded along the sides of the road. The sun set, and a lot of batteries down in the valley began firing, making it impossible to talk. The air was full of a shrieking and droning of shells overhead. The Frenchmen stretched and yawned and went down into their dugout. Chrisfield watched them enviously. The stars were beginning to come out, in the green sky behind the tall lacerated trees. Chrisfield's legs ached with cold. He began to get crazily anxious for something to happen, for anything to happen. But the column waited, without moving, through the gathering darkness. Chrisfield chewed steadily, trying to think of nothing but the taste of the tobacco in his mouth. The column was moving again. As they reached the brow of another hill, Chrisfield felt a curious, sweetish smell that made his nostrils smart. Gas, he thought, full of panic, and put his hand to the mask that hung round his neck. But he did not want to be the first one to put it on. No order came. He marched on, cursing the sergeant and the lieutenant. But maybe they'd been killed by it. He had a vision of the whole regiment sinking down in the road suddenly, overcome by the gas. "Smell anything, Andy?" he whispered cautiously. "I can smell a combination of dead horses and tube rolls and banana oil and the ice cream we used to have at college and dead rats in the garret, but what the hell do we care now?" said Andrews, giggling. "This is the damnedest fool business ever." "He's crazy," muttered Chrisfield to himself. He looked at the stars in the black sky that seemed to be going along with the column on its march. Or was it that they and the stars were standing still while the trees moved away from them, waving their skinny, shattered arms? He could hardly hear the tramp of feet on the road, so loud was the pandemonium of the guns ahead and behind. Every now and then a rocket would burst in front of them, and its red and green lights would mingle for a moment with the stars. But it was only overhead he could see the stars. Everywhere else white and red glows rose and fell as if the horizon were on fire. As they started down the slope, the trees suddenly broke away, and they saw the valley between them full of the glare of guns and the white light of star shells. It was like looking into a stove full of glowing embers. The hillside that sloped away from them was full of crashing detonations and yellow tongues of flame. In a battery near the road, that seemed to crush their skulls each time a gun fired, they could see the dark forms of the artillerymen silhouetted in fantastic attitudes against the intermittent red glare. Stunned and blinded, they kept on marching down the road. It seemed to Chrisfield that they were going to step any minute into the flaring muzzle of a gun. At the foot of the hill, beside a little grove of uninjured trees, they stopped again. A new train of trucks was crawling past them, huge blots in the darkness. There were no batteries near, so they could hear the grinding roar of the gears as the trucks went along the uneven road, plunging in and out of shell holes. Chrisfield lay down in the dry ditch, full of bracken, and dozed with his head on his pack. All about him were stretched other men. Someone was resting his head on Chrisfield's thigh. The noise had subsided a little. Through his doze he could hear men's voices talking in low crushed tones as if they were afraid of speaking aloud. On the road the truck drivers kept calling out to each other shrilly, raspingly. The motors stopped running one after another, making almost a silence, during which Chrisfield fell asleep. Something woke him. He was stiff with cold and terrified. For a moment he thought he had been left alone, that the company had gone on, for there was no one touching him. Overhead was a droning as of gigantic mosquitoes, growing fast to a loud throbbing. He heard the lieutenant's voice calling shrilly, "Sergeant Higgins! Sergeant Higgins!" The lieutenant stood out suddenly black against a sheet of flame. Chrisfield could see his fatigue cap a little on one side, and his trench coat drawn in tight at the waist and sticking out stiffly at the knees. He was shaken by the explosion. Everything was black again. Chrisfield got to his feet, his ears ringing. The column was moving on. He heard moaning near him in the darkness. The tramp of feet and jingle of equipment drowned all other sound. He could feel his shoulders becoming raw under the tugging of the pack. Now and then the flare from aeroplane bombs behind him showed up wrecked trucks on the side of the road. Somewhere a machine gun spluttered. But the column tramped on, weighed down by the packs, by the deadening exhaustion. The turbulent flaring darkness was calming to the grey of dawn when Chrisfield stopped marching. His eyelids stung as if his eyeballs were flaming hot. He could not feel his feet and legs. The guns continued incessantly like a hammer beating on his head. He was walking very slowly in a single file, now and then stumbling against the man ahead of him. There was earth on both sides of him, clay walls that dripped moisture. All at once he stumbled down some steps into a dugout where it was pitch black. An unfamiliar smell struck him, made him uneasy, but his thoughts seemed to reach him from out of a great distance. He groped to the wall. His knees struck against a bunk with blankets in it. In another second he was sunk fathoms deep in sleep. When he woke up his mind was very clear. The roof of the dugout was of logs. A bright spot far away was the door. He hoped desperately that he wasn't on duty. He wondered where Andy was. Then he remembered that Andy was crazy. A yeller dog, Judkins had called him. Sitting up with difficulty he undid his shoes and puttees, wrapped himself in his blanket. All round him were snores and the deep breathing of exhausted men. He closed his eyes. He was being court-martialed. He stood with his hands at his sides before 3 officers at a table. All 3 had the same white faces with heavy blue jaws and eyebrows that met above the nose. They were reading things out of papers aloud, but, although he strained his ears, he couldn't make out what they were saying. All he could hear was a faint moaning. Something had a curious unfamiliar smell that troubled him. He could not stand still at attention, although the angry eyes of the officers stared at him from all round. "Anderson? Sergeant Anderson, what's that smell?" he kept asking in a small whining voice. "Please tell a feller what that smell is." But the 3 officers at the table kept reading from their papers, and the moaning grew louder and louder in his ears until he shrieked aloud. There was a grenade in his hand. He pulled out the string and threw it, and he saw the lieutenant's trench coat stand out against a sheet of flame. Someone sprang at him. He was wrestling for his life with Anderson, who turned into a woman with huge flabby breasts. He crushed her to him and turned to defend himself against the 3 officers who came at him, their trench coats drawn in tightly at the waist until they looked like wasps. Everything faded. He woke up. His nostrils were still full of the strange, troubling smell. He sat on the edge of the bunk, wriggling in his clothes, for his body crawled with lice. "Gee, it's funny to be in where the Fritzies were not long ago," he heard a voice say. "Kiddo, we're advancin'," came another voice. "But hell, this ain't no kind of an advance. I ain't seen a German yet. Ah can smell 'em though," said Chrisfield, getting suddenly to his feet. Sergeant Higgins's head appeared in the door. "Fall in," he shouted. Then he added in his normal voice, "It's up and at 'em, fellows." Chrisfield caught his puttee on a clump of briars at the edge of the clearing and stood kicking his leg back and forth to get it free. At last he broke away, the torn puttee dragging behind him. Out in the sunlight in the middle of the clearing he saw a man in olive drab kneeling beside something on the ground. A German lay face down with a red hole in his back. The man was going through his pockets. He looked up into Chrisfield's face. "Souvenirs," he said. "What outfit are you in, buddy?" "143rd," said the man, getting to his feet slowly. "Where the hell are we?" "Damned if I know." The clearing was empty, except for the two Americans and the German with the hole in his back. In the distance they heard a sound of artillery, and nearer the put, put, put of isolated machine guns. The leaves of the trees about them, all shades of brown and crimson and yellow, danced in the sunlight. "Say, that damn money ain't no good, is it?" asked Chrisfield. "German money? Hell no. I got a watch that's a peach though." The man held out a gold watch, looking suspiciously at Chrisfield all the while through half closed eyes. "I saw a feller had a gold handled sword," said Chrisfield. "Where's that?" "Back there in the wood." He waved his hand vaguely. "I've got to find my outfit. Comin' along?" Chrisfield started towards the other edge of the clearing. "Looks to me all right here," said the other man, lying down on the grass in the sun. The leaves rustled underfoot as Chrisfield strode through the wood. He was frightened by being alone. He walked ahead as fast as he could, his puttee still dragging behind him. He came to a barbed wire entanglement half embedded in fallen beech leaves. It had been partly cut in one place, but in crossing he tore his thigh on a barb. Taking off the torn puttee, he wrapped it round the outside of his trousers and kept on walking, feeling a little blood trickle down his leg. Later he came to a lane that cut straight through the wood, where there were many ruts through the putty-colored mud puddles. Down the lane in a patch of sunlight he saw a figure, towards which he hurried. It was a young man with red hair and a pink and white face. By the gold bar on the collar of his shirt Chrisfield saw he was a lieutenant. He had no coat or hat, and there was a greenish slime all over the front of his clothes as if he had lain on his belly in a mud puddle. "Where are you going?" "Dunno, sir." "All right, come along." The lieutenant started walking as fast as he could up the lane, swinging his arms wildly. "Seen any machine gun nests?" "Not a one." He followed the lieutenant, who walked so fast he had difficulty keeping up, splashing recklessly through the puddles. "Where's the artillery, that's what I want to know," cried the lieutenant, suddenly stopping in his tracks and running a hand through his red hair. "Where the hell's the artillery?" He looked at Chrisfield savagely out of green eyes. "No use advancing without artillery." He started walking faster than ever. All at once they saw sunlight ahead of them and olive drab uniforms. Machine guns started firing all around them in a sudden gust. Chrisfield found himself running forward across a field full of stubble and sprouting clover, among a group of men he did not know. The whip-like sound of rifles had chimed in with the stuttering of the machine guns. Little white clouds sailed above him in a blue sky, and in front of him was a group of houses that had the same color, white with lavender grey shadows, as the clouds. He was in a house, with a grenade like a tin pineapple in each hand. The sudden loneliness frightened him again. Outside the house was a sound of machine gun firing, broken by the occasional bursting of a shell. He looked at the red tiled roof and at a chromo of a woman nursing a child that hung on the whitewashed wall opposite him. He was in a small kitchen. There was a fire in the hearth where something boiled in a black pot. Chrisfield tiptoed over and looked in. At the bottom of the bubbling water he saw 5 potatoes. At the other end of the kitchen, between 2 broken chairs, was a door. Chrisfield crept over to it, the tiles seeming to sway underfoot. He put his finger to the latch and took it off again suddenly. Holding in his breath, he stood a long time looking at the door. Then he pulled it open recklessly. A young man with fair hair was sitting at a table, his head resting on his hands. Chrisfield felt a spurt of joy when he saw that the man's uniform was green. Very coolly he pressed the spring, held the grenade a second, and then threw it, throwing himself backwards into the middle of the kitchen. The light-haired man had not moved. His blue eyes still stared straight before him. In the street, Chrisfield ran into a tall man who was running. The man clutched him by the arm and said: "The barrage is moving up." "What barrage?" "Our barrage. We've got to run. We're ahead of it." His voice came in wheezy pants. There were red splotches on his face. They ran together down the empty village street. As they ran they passed the little red-haired lieutenant, who leaned against a whitewashed wall, his legs a mass of blood and torn cloth. He was shouting in a shrill delirious voice that followed them out along the open road: "Where's the artillery? That's what I want to know. Where's the artillery?" The woods were grey and dripping with dawn. Chrisfield got stiffly to his feet from the pile of leaves where he had slept. He felt numb with cold and hunger, lonely and lost away from his outfit. All about him were men of another division. A captain with a sandy mustache was striding up and down with a blanket about him, on the road just behind a clump of beech trees. Chrisfield had watched him passing back and forth, behind the wet clustered trunks of the trees, ever since it had been light. Stamping his feet among the damp leaves, Chrisfield strolled away from the group of men. No one seemed to notice him. The trees closed about him. He could see nothing but moist trees, grey-green and black, and the yellow leaves of saplings that cut off the view in every direction. He was wondering dully why he was walking off that way. Somewhere in the back of his mind there was a vague idea of finding his outfit. Sergeant Higgins and Andy and Judkins and Small. He wondered what had become of them. He thought of the company lined up for mess, and the smell of greasy food that came from the field kitchen. He was desperately hungry. He stopped and leaned against the moss-covered trunk of a tree. The deep scratch in his leg was throbbing as if all the blood in his body beat through it. Now that his rustling footsteps had ceased, the woods were absolutely silent, except for the dripping of dew from the leaves and branches. He strained his ears to hear some other sound. Then he noticed that he was staring at a red tree full of small crab apples. He picked a handful greedily, but they were hard and sour and seemed to make him hungrier. The sour flavor in his mouth made him furiously angry. He kicked at the thin trunk of the tree while tears smarted in his eyes. Swearing aloud in a whining sing-song voice, he strode off through the woods with his eyes on the ground. Twigs snapped viciously in his face, crooked branches caught at him, but he plunged on. All at once he stumbled against something hard that bounced among the leaves. He stopped still, looking about him, terrified. 2 grenades lay just under his foot. A little further on, a man was propped against a tree with his mouth open. Chrisfield thought at first he was asleep, as his eyes were closed. He looked at the grenades carefully. The fuses had not been sprung. He put one in each pocket, gave a glance at the man who seemed to be asleep, and strode off again, striking another alley in the woods, at the end of which he could see sunlight. The sky overhead was full of heavy purple clouds, tinged here and there with yellow. As he walked towards the patch of sunlight, the thought came to him that he ought to have looked in the pockets of the man he had just passed to see if he had any hard bread. He stood still a moment in hesitation, but started walking again doggedly towards the patch of sunlight. Something glittered in the irregular fringe of sun and shadow. A man was sitting hunched up on the ground with his fatigue cap pulled over his eyes so that the little gold bar just caught the horizontal sunlight. Chrisfield's first thought was that he might have food on him. "Say, Lieutenant," he shouted, "do you know where a fellow can get something to eat?" The man lifted his head slowly. Chrisfield turned cold all over when he saw the white heavy face of Anderson. An unshaven beard was very black on his square chin. There was a long scratch clotted with dried blood from the heavy eyebrow across the left cheek to the corner of the mouth. "Give me some water, buddy," said Anderson in a weak voice. Chrisfield handed him his canteen roughly in silence. He noticed that Anderson's arm was in a sling, and that he drank greedily, spilling the water over his chin and his wounded arm. "Where's Colonel Evans?" asked Anderson in a thin, petulant voice. Chrisfield did not reply, but stared at him sullenly. The canteen had dropped from his hand and lay on the ground in front of him. The water gleamed in the sunlight as it ran out among the russet leaves. A wind had come up, making the woods resound. A shower of yellow leaves dropped about them. "First you was a corporal, then you was a sergeant, and now you're a lieutenant," said Chrisfield slowly. "You'd better tell me where Colonel Evans is. You must know. He's up that road somewhere," said Anderson, struggling to get to his feet. Chrisfield walked away without answering. A cold hand was round the grenade in his pocket. He walked away slowly, looking at his feet. Suddenly he found he had pressed the spring of the grenade. He struggled to pull it out of his pocket. It stuck in the narrow pocket. His arm and his cold fingers that clutched the grenade seemed paralyzed. Then a warm joy went through him. He had thrown it. Anderson was standing up, swaying backwards and forwards. The explosion made the woods shake. A thick rain of yellow leaves came down. Anderson was flat on the ground. He was so flat, he seemed to have sunk into the ground. Chrisfield pressed the spring of the other grenade and threw it with his eyes closed. It burst among the thick new fallen leaves. A few drops of rain were falling. Chrisfield kept on along the lane, walking fast, feeling full of warmth and strength. The rain beat hard and cold against his back. He walked with his eyes to the ground. A voice in a strange language stopped him. A ragged man in green with a beard that was clotted with mud stood in front of him with his hands up. Chrisfield burst out laughing. "Come along," he said. "Quick." The man shambled in front of him. He was trembling so hard he nearly fell with each step. Chrisfield kicked him. The man shambled on without turning round. Chrisfield kicked him again, feeling the point of the man's spine and the soft flesh of his rump against his toes with each kick, laughing so hard all the while that he could hardly see where he was going. "Halt!" came a voice. "I've got a prisoner," shouted Chrisfield, still laughing. "He ain't much of a prisoner," said the man, pointing his bayonet at the German. "He's gone crazy, I guess. I'll take cure of him. Ain't no use sendin' him back." "All right," said Chrisfield, still laughing. "Say, buddy, where can I get something to eat? I ain't had nothing for a day and a half." "There's a reconnoitering squad up the line. They'll give you something. How's things goin' up that way?" The man pointed up the road. "Gawd, I dunno. I ain't had nothing to eat for a day and a half." The warm smell of a stew rose to his nostrils from the mess kit. Chrisfield stood, feeling warm and important, filling his mouth with soft, greasy potatoes and gravy, while men about him asked him questions. Gradually he began to feel full and content, and a desire to sleep came over him. But he was given a gun and had to start advancing again with the reconnoitering squad. The squad went cautiously up the same lane through the woods. "Here's an officer done for," said the captain who walked ahead. He made a little clucking noise of distress with his tongue. "Two of you fellows go back and get a blanket and take him to the crossroads. Poor fellow." The captain walked on again, still making the little clucking noises with his tongue. Chrisfield looked straight ahead of him. He did not feel lonely any more, now that he was marching in ranks again. His feet beat the ground in time with the other feet. He would not have to think whether to go to the right or to the left. He would do as the others did. End of section 8. Section 9 of Three Soldiers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. Three Soldiers by John Dos Passos. Section 9. Part 4. Rust. 1. There were tiny green frogs in one of the putty-colored puddles by the roadside. John Andrews fell out of the slowly advancing column a moment to look at them. The frogs' triangular heads stuck out of the water in the middle of the puddle. He leaned over, his hands on his knees, easing the weight of the equipment on his back. That way he could see their tiny jeweled eyes, topaz-colored. His eyes felt as if tears were coming to them with tenderness towards the minute, lithe bodies of the frogs. Something was telling him that he must run forward and fall into line again, that he must shamble on through the mud, but he remained staring at the puddle, watching the frogs. Then he noticed his reflection in the puddle. He looked at it curiously. He could barely see the outlines of a stained, grimacing mask, and the silhouette of a gun barrel slanting behind it. So this was what they had made of him. He fixed his eyes again on the frogs that swam with elastic, leisurely strokes in the putty-colored water. Absently, as if he had no connection with all that went on about him, he heard the twang of bursting shrapnel down the road. He had straightened himself wearily and taken a step forward, when he found himself sinking into the puddle. A feeling of relief came over him. His legs sunk in the puddle. He lay without moving against the muddy bank. The frogs had gone, but from somewhere a little stream of red was creeping out slowly into the putty-colored water. He watched the irregular files of men in olive drab shambling by. Their footsteps drummed in his ears. He felt triumphantly separated from them, as if he were in a window somewhere watching soldiers pass, or in a box of a theatre watching some dreary monotonous play. He drew farther and farther away from them until they had become very small, like toy soldiers forgotten among the dust in a garret. The light was so dim he couldn't see. He could only hear their feet tramping interminably through the mud. John Andrews was on a ladder that shook horribly. A gritty sponge in his hand, he was washing the windows of a barracks. He began in the left corner and soaped the small oblong panes one after the other. His arms were like lead, and he felt that he would fall from the shaking ladder, but each time he turned to look towards the ground before climbing down, he saw the top of the general's cap, and the general's chin protruding from under the visor, and a voice snarled, "Attention!" terrifying him so that the ladder shook more than ever. And he went on smearing soap over the oblong panes with the gritty sponge through interminable hours, though every joint in his body was racked by the shaking of the ladder. Bright light flared from inside the windows which he soaped pane after pane methodically. The windows were mirrors. In each pane he saw his thin face in shadow, with the shadow of a gun barrel slanting beside it. The jolting stopped suddenly. He sank into a deep pit of blackness. A shrill, broken voice was singing in his ear. "There's a girl in the heart of Maryland, with a heart that belongs to me." John Andrews opened his eyes. It was pitch black except for a series of bright yellow oblongs that seemed to go up into the sky where he could see the stars. His mind became suddenly acutely conscious. He began taking account of himself in a hurried, frightened way. He craned his neck a little. In the darkness he could make out the form of a man stretched out flat beside him who kept moving his head strangely from side to side, singing at the top of his lungs in a shrill, broken voice. At that moment Andrews noticed that the smell of carbolic was overpoweringly strong, and that it dominated all the familiar smells of blood and sweaty clothes. He wriggled his shoulders so that he could feel the two poles of the stretcher. Then he fixed his eyes again on the three bright yellow oblongs, one above the other, that rose into the darkness. Of course, they were windows. He was near a house. He moved his arms a little. They felt like lead, but unhurt. Then he realized that his legs were on fire. He tried to move them. Everything went black again in a sudden agony of pain. The voice was still shrieking in his ears. "There's a girl in the heart of Maryland, with a heart that belongs to me." But another voice could be heard softer, talking endlessly in tender, clear tones. "And he said they were going to take me way down south where there was a little house on the beach, all so warm and quiet." The song of the man beside him rose to a tuneless shriek like a phonograph running down. "And Maryland was a fairyland when she said that mine she'd be." Another voice broke in suddenly in short spurts of whining groans that forced themselves into fragments of drawn-out, intricate swearing. And all the while the soft voice went on. Andrews strained his ears to hear it. It soothed his pain as if some cool, fragrant oil were being poured over his body. "And there'll be a garden full of flowers, roses and hollyhocks, way down there in the south, and it'll be so warm and quiet, and the sun'll shine all day, and the sky'll be so blue." Andrews felt his lips repeating the words like lips following a prayer. "And it'll be so warm and quiet without any noise at all, and the garden'll be full of roses and..." But the other voices kept breaking in, drowning out the soft voice with groans and strings of whining oaths. "And he said I could sit on the porch, and the sun'll be so warm and quiet, and the garden'll smell so good, and the beach'll be all white, and the sea..." Andrews felt his head suddenly rise in the air, and then his feet. He swung out of the darkness into a brilliant white corridor. His legs throbbed with flaming agony. The face of a man with a cigarette in his mouth peered close to his. A hand fumbled at his throat where the tag was, and someone read, "Andrews, 1432286." But he was listening to the voice out in the dark behind him that shrieked in rasping tones of delirium, "There's a girl in the heart of Maryland, with a heart that belongs to me." Then he discovered that he was groaning. His mind became entirely taken up in the curious rhythm of his groans. The only parts of his body that existed were his legs and something in his throat that groaned and groaned. It was absorbing. White figures hovered about him. He saw the hairy forearms of a man in shirt sleeves. Lights glared and went out, strange smells entered at his nose and circulated through his whole body, but nothing could distract his attention from the sing-song of his groans. Rain fell in his face. He moved his head from side to side, suddenly feeling conscious of himself. His mouth was dry like leather. He put out his tongue to try to catch raindrops on it. He was swung roughly about in the stretcher. He lifted his head cautiously, feeling a great throb of delight that he could still lift his head. "Keep your head down, can't ye?" snarled a voice beside him. He had seen the back of a man in a gleaming wet slicker at the end of the stretcher. "Be careful my leg, can't ye?" he found himself whining over and over again. Then suddenly there was a lurch that rapped his head against the cross piece of the stretcher, and he found himself looking up at a wooden ceiling from which the white paint had peeled in places. He smelt gasoline and could hear the throb of an engine. He began to think back. How long was it since he had looked at the little frogs in the puddle? A vivid picture came to his mind of the puddle with its putty-colored water and the little triangular heads of the frogs, but it seemed as long ago as a memory of childhood. All of his life before was not so long as the time that had gone by since the car had started. And he was jolting and swinging about in the stretcher, clutching hard with his hands at the poles of the stretcher. The pain in his legs grew worse. The rest of his body seemed to shrivel under it. From below him came a rasping voice that cried out at every lurch of the ambulance. He fought against the desire to groan, but at last he gave in and lay lost in the monotonous sing-song of his groans. The rain was in his face again for a moment, then his body was tilted. A row of houses and russet trees and chimney pots against a leaden sky swung slowly up into sight and were instantly replaced by a ceiling and the coffered vault of a staircase. Andrews was still groaning softly, but his eyes fastened with sudden interest on the sculptured rosettes of the coffre and the coats of arms that made the center of each ceiling. Then he found himself staring in the face of the man who was carrying the lower end of the stretcher. It was a white face with pimples round the mouth and good-natured, watery blue eyes. Andrews looked at the eyes and tried to smile, but the man carrying the stretcher was not looking at him. Then, after more endless hours of tossing about on the stretcher, lost in a groaning agony of pain, hands laid hold of him roughly and pulled his clothes off and lifted him on a cot where he lay gasping, breathing in the cool smell of disinfectant that hung about the bedclothes. He heard voices over his head. "Isn't bad at all, this leg wound. I thought you said we'd have to amputate." "Well, what's the matter with him then?" "Maybe shell shock." A cold sweat of terror took hold of Andrews. He lay perfectly still with his eyes closed. Spasm after spasm of revolt went through him. No, they hadn't broken him yet. He still had hold of his nerves, he kept saying to himself. Still, he felt that his hands clasped across his belly were trembling. The pain in his legs disappeared in the fright in which he lay, trying desperately to concentrate his mind on something outside himself. He tried to think of a tune to hum to himself, but he only heard again shrieking in his ears the voice which, it seemed to him months and years ago, had sung, "There's a girl in the heart of Maryland, with a heart that belongs to me." The voice shrieking the blurred tune and the pain in his legs mingled themselves strangely, until they seemed one and the pain seemed merely a throbbing of the maddening tune. He opened his eyes. Darkness fading into a faint yellow glow. Hastily he took stock of himself, moved his head and his arms. He felt cool and very weak and quiet. He must have slept a long time. He passed his rough, dirty hand over his face. The skin felt soft and cool. He pressed his cheek on the pillow and felt himself smiling contentedly, he did not know why. The Queen of Sheba carried a parasol with little vermilion bells all around it, that gave out a cool tinkle as she walked towards him. She wore her hair in a high headdress, thickly powdered with blue iris powder, and on her long train, that a monkey held up at the end, were embroidered in gaudy colors the signs of the zodiac. She was not the Queen of Sheba, she was a nurse, whose face he could not see in the obscurity, and, Sticking an arm behind his head in a deft, professional manner, she gave him something to drink from a glass without looking at him. He said "Thank you" in his natural voice, which surprised him in the silence. But she went off without replying, and he saw that it was a trayful of glasses that had tinkled as she had come towards him. Dark as it was, he noticed the self-conscious tilt of the nurse's body as she walked silently to the next cot, holding the tray of glasses in front of her. He twisted his head round on the pillow to watch how gingerly she put her arm under the next man's head to give him a drink. A virgin, he said to himself, very much a virgin, and he found himself giggling softly, notwithstanding the twinges of pain from his legs. He felt suddenly as if his spirit had awakened from a long torpor. The spell of dejection that had deadened him for months had slipped off. He was free. The thought came to him gleefully that as long as he stayed in that cot in the hospital, no one would shout orders at him, no one would tell him to clean his rifle, there would be no one to salute. He would not have to worry about making himself pleasant to the sergeant. He would lie there all day long, thinking his own thoughts. Perhaps he was badly enough wounded to be discharged from the army. The thought set his heart beating like mad. That meant that he, who had given himself up for lost, who had let himself be trampled down unresistingly into the mud of slavery, who had looked for no escape from the treadmill but death, would live. He, John Andrews, would live. And it seemed inconceivable that he had ever given himself up, that he had ever let the grinding discipline have its way with him. He saw himself vividly once more, as he had seen himself before his life had suddenly blotted itself out, before he had become a slave among slaves. He remembered the garden where in his boyhood he had sat dreaming through the droning summer afternoons under the crepe myrtle bushes, while the cornfields beyond rustled and shimmered in the heat. He remembered the day he had stood naked in the middle of a base room while the recruiting sergeant prodded him and measured him. He wondered suddenly what the date was. Could it be that it was only a year ago? Yet in that year all the other years of his life had been blotted out. But now he would begin living again. He would give up this cowardly cringing before external things. He would be recklessly himself. The pain in his legs was gradually localizing itself into the wounds. For a while he struggled against it to go on thinking, but its constant throb kept impinging on his mind until, although he wanted desperately to comb through his pale memories to remember, if ever so faintly, all that had been vivid and lusty in his life, to build himself a new foundation of resistance against the world from which he could start afresh to live, he became again the querulous piece of hurt flesh, the slave broken on the treadmill. He began to groan. Cold, steel grey light filtered into the ward, drowning the yellow glow which first turned ruddy and then disappeared. Andrews began to make out the row of cots opposite him and the dark beams of the ceiling above his head. This house must be very old, he said to himself, and the thought vaguely excited him. Funny that the Queen of Sheba had come to his head. It was ages since he'd thought of all that. From the girl at the crossroads singing under her street lamp to the patrician pulling roses to pieces from the height of her litter, all the aspects half guessed, all the imaginings of your desire, that was the Queen of Sheba. He whispered the words aloud, La Reine de Saba, La Reine de Saba, and with a tremor of anticipation, of the sort he used to feel when he was a small boy the night before Christmas, with a sense of new things in store for him, he pillowed his head on his arm and went quietly to sleep. "Ain't it just like them frogs to make a place like this into a hospital?" said the orderly, standing with his feet wide apart and his hands on his hips, facing a row of cots and talking to anyone who felt well enough to listen. "Honest, I don't see why you fellers don't all cash in your checks in this hole. There warn't even electric light till we put it in. What do you think of that? That shows how much the goddamn frogs care." The orderly was a short man with a sallow lined face and large yellow teeth. When he smiled, the horizontal lines in his forehead and the lines that ran from the sides of his nose to the ends of his mouth deepened so that his face looked as if it were made up to play a comic part in the movies. "It's kind of artistic though, ain't it?" said Applebaum, whose cot was next Andrews's. The skinny man with large frightened eyes and an inordinately red face that looked as if the skin had been peeled off. "Look at the work there is on that ceiling. Must have cost some dough when it was new. Wouldn't be bad as a dance hall with a little fixin' up, but a hospital? Hell." Andrews lay comfortable in his cot, looking into the ward out of another world. He felt no connection with the talk about him, with the men who lay silent or tossed about groaning in the rows of narrow cots that filled the Renaissance hall. In the yellow glow of the electric lights, looking beyond the orderly's twisted face and narrow head, he could see very faintly, where the beams of the ceiling sprung from the wall, a row of half obliterated shields supported by figures carved out of the grey stone of the wall, handed satyrs with horns and goats' beards and deep-set eyes, little squat figures of warriors and townsmen in square hats with swords between their bent knees, naked limbs twined in scrolls of spiked acanthus leaves, all seen very faintly, so that when the electric lights swung back and forth in the wind made by the orderly's hurried passing, they all seemed to wink and wriggle in shadowy mockery of the rows of prostrate bodies in the room beneath them. Yet they were familiar, friendly to Andrews. He kept feeling a half-formulated desire to be up there too, crowded under a beam, grimacing through heavy wreaths of pomegranates and acanthus leaves, the incarnation of old rich lusts, of clear fires that had sunk to dust ages since. He felt at home in that spacious hall, built for wide gestures and stately steps, in which all the little routine of the army seemed unreal, and the wounded men discarded automatons, broken toys laid away in rows. Andrews was snatched out of his thoughts. Applebaum was speaking to him. He turned his head. "How do you loike it bein' wounded, buddy?" "Fine." "Fine, I should think it was. Better than doing squads right all day." "Where did you get yours?" "Ain't got only one arm now. I don't give a damn. I've driven my last fare, that's all." "How do you mean?" "I used to drive a taxi." "That's a pretty good job, isn't it?" "You bet. Big money in it if you're in right." "So you used to be a taxi driver, did you?" broke in the orderly. "That's a fine job. When I was in the Providence hospital half the fractures was caused by taxis. We had a little girl of 6 in the children's ward had her feet cut clean off at the ankles by a taxi. Pretty yellow hair she had too. Gangrene. Only lasted a day. Well, I'm going off. I guess you guys wish you was going to be where I'm going to be tonight. That's one thing you guys are lucky in, you don't have to worry about Profo." The orderly wrinkled his face up and winked elaborately. "Say, will you do something for me?" asked Andrews. "Sure, if it ain't no trouble." "Will you buy me a book?" "Ain't you got enough with all the books at the Y?" "No, this is a special book," said Andrews, smiling. "A French book." "A French book, is it?" "Well, I'll see what I can do. What's it called?" "By Flaubert. Look, if you've got a piece of paper and a pencil, I'll write it down." Andrews scrawled the title on the back of an order slip. "There." "What the hell? Who's Antoine? Gee whiz, I bet that's hot stuff. I wish I could read French. We'll have you breaking loose out of here and going down to number 4 Rue Villiers if you read that kind of book." "Has it got pictures?" asked Applebaum. "One feller did break out of here a month ago. Couldn't stand it any longer, I guess. Well, his wound opened and he had a hemorrhage, and now he's planted out in the back lot. But I'm going. Good night." The orderly bustled to the end of the ward and disappeared. The lights went out, except for the bulb over the nurse's desk at the end, beside the ornate doorway with its wreathed pinnacles carved out of the grey stone, which could be seen above the white canvas screen that hid the door. "What's that book about, buddy?" asked Applebaum, twisting his head at the end of his lean neck so as to look Andrews full in the face. "Oh, it's about a man who wants everything so badly that he decides there's nothing worth wanting." "I guess youse had a college edication," said Applebaum sarcastically. Andrews laughed. "Well, I was goin' to tell youse about when I used to drive a taxi. I was making big money when I enlisted. Was you drafted?" "Yes." "Well, so was I. I don't think nawthin' of them guys that are so stuck up 'cause they enlisted, do you?" "Not a hell of a lot." "Don't ye?" came a voice from the other side of Andrews, a thin voice that stuttered. Well, all I can say is it'd have spoiled my business if I hadn't enlisted. No, sir, nobody can say I didn't enlist." "Well, that's your lookout," said Applebaum. "You're goddam right, it was." "Well, ain't your business spoiled anyway?" "No, sir, I can pick it right up where I left off. I've got an established reputation." "What at?" "I'm an undertaker by profession. My dad was before me." "Gee, you were right at home," said Andrews. "You haven't any right to say that, young feller," said the undertaker angrily. "I'm a humane man. I wouldn't never be at home in this dirty butchery." The nurse was walking by their cots. "How can you say such dreadful things?" she said. "But lights are out. You boys have got to keep quiet. And you," she plucked at the undertaker's bedclothes, "just remember what the Huns did in Belgium. Poor Miss Cavell. A nurse just like I am." Andrews closed his eyes. The ward was quiet except for the rasping sound of the snores and heavy breathing of the shattered men all about him. "And I thought she was the Queen of Sheba," he said to himself, making a grimace in the dark. Then he began to think of the music he had intended to write about the Queen of Sheba before he had stripped his life off in the bare room where they had measured him and made a soldier of him. Standing in the dark in the desert of his despair, he would hear the sound of a caravan in the distance, tinkle of bridles, rasping of horns, braying of donkeys, and the throaty voices of men singing the songs of desolate roads. He would look up, and before him he would see, astride their foaming wild asses, the three green horsemen, motionless, pointing at him with their long forefingers. Then the music would burst in a sudden hot whirlwind about him, full of flutes and kettle drums and braying horns and whining bagpipes, and torches would flare red and yellow, making a tent of light about him, on the edges of which would crowd the sumpter mules and the brown mule drivers, and the gaudily caparisoned camels, and the elephants glistening with jeweled harness. Naked slaves would bend their gleaming backs before him as they laid out a carpet at his feet. And, through the flare of torchlight, the Queen of Sheba would advance towards him, covered with emeralds and dull gold ornaments, with a monkey hopping behind holding up the end of her long train. She would put her hand with its slim fantastic nails on his shoulder, and looking into her eyes he would suddenly feel within reach all the fiery imaginings of his desire. Oh, if only he could be free to work. All the months he had wasted in his life seemed to be marching like a procession of ghosts before his eyes. And he lay in his cot, staring with wide open eyes at the ceiling, hoping desperately that his wounds would be long in healing. Applebaum sat on the edge of his cot, dressed in a clean new uniform, of which the left sleeve hung empty, still showing the creases in which it had been folded. "So you really are going," said Andrews, rolling his head over on his pillow to look at him. "You bet your pants I am, Andy. And so could you, poifectly well, if you'd talk it up to him a little." "Oh, I wish to God I could. Not that I want to go home now, but If I could get out of uniform." "I don't blame you a bit, kid. Well, next time we'll know better. Local board chairman's going to be my job." Andrews laughed. "If I wasn't a sucker..." "You weren't the only wee one," came the undertaker's stuttering voice from behind Andrews. "Hell, I thought you enlisted, undertaker." "Well, I did, by God, but I didn't think it was going to be like this." "What did you think it was going to be, a picnic?" "Hell, I don't care about that or getting gassed and smashed up or anything, but I thought we was going to put things right by comin' over here. Look here, I had a lively business in the undertaking way, like my father had had before me. We did all the swellest work in Tilletsville." "Where?" interrupted Applebaum, laughing. "Tilletsville, don't you know any geography?" "Go ahead, tell us about Tilletsville," said Andrews soothingly. "Why, when Senator Wallace deceased there, who d'you think had charge of embalming the body and taking it to the station and seeing everything was done fitting? We did. And I was going to be married to a dandy girl, and I knowed I had enough pull to get fixed up somehow, or to get a commission even, but there I went like a sucker and enlisted in the infantry too. But hell, everybody was saying that we were going to fight to make the world safe for democracy, and that if a fellow didn't go, no one'd trade with him any more." He started coughing suddenly and seemed unable to stop. At last he said weakly, in a thin little voice between coughs: "Well, here I am. There ain't nothing to do about it." "Democracy? That's democracy, ain't it? We eat stinkin' goulash, and that there fat Y woman goes out with colonels eatin' chocolate souffle. Poifect democracy. But I'll tell you what, it don't do to be the goat." "But there's so damn many more goats than anything else," said Andrews. "There's a sucker born every minute, as Barnum said. You learn that drivin' a taxicab if you don't larn nothin' else. No, sir, I'm goin' into politics. I've got good connections up 125th Street way. You see, I've got an aunt, Mrs. Sally Schultz, owns a hotel up on 133rd Street. Heard of Jim Ryan, ain't you? Well, he's a good friend of hers, see? Bein' as they're both Catholics. But I'm goin' out this afternoon, see what the town's like. And old Ford says the skirts are just peaches and cream." "He just says that to torment a fella," stuttered the undertaker. "I wish I were going with you," said Andrews. "You'll get well plenty soon enough, Andy, and get yourself marked Class A and get given a gun and over the top, boys, to see if the Fritzies won't make a better shot next time. Talk about suckers. You're the most poifect sucker I ever met. What did you ever want to tell the loot your legs didn't hurt bad for? They'll have you out of here before you know it. Well, I'm going out to see what the mamsells look like." Applebaum, the uniform hanging in folds about his skinny body, swaggered to the door, followed by the envious glances of the whole ward. "Gee, guess he thinks he's going to get to be president," said the undertaker bitterly. "He probably will," said Andrews. He settled himself in his bed again, sinking back into the dull contemplations of the teasing, smarting pain where the torn ligaments of his thighs were slowly knitting themselves together. He tried desperately to forget the pain. There was so much he wanted to think out. If he could only lie perfectly quiet and piece together the frayed ends of thoughts that kept flickering to the surface of his mind. He counted up the days he had been in the hospital. 15. Could it be that long? And he had not thought of anything yet. Soon, as Applebaum said, they'd be putting him in Class A and sending him back to the treadmill, and he would not have reconquered his courage, his dominion over himself. What a coward he had been, anyway, to submit. The man beside him kept coughing. Andrews stared for a moment at the silhouette of the yellow face on the pillow, with its pointed nose and small greedy eyes. He thought of the swell undertaking establishment, of the black gloves and long faces and soft tactful voices. That man and his father before him lived by pretending things they didn't feel, by swathing reality with all manner of crepe and trumpery. For those people No one ever died. They passed away. They deceased. Still, there had to be undertakers. There was no more stain about that than about any other trade. And it was so as not to spoil his trade that the undertaker had enlisted, and to make the world safe for democracy too. The phrase came to Andrews's mind amid an avalanche of popular tunes, of visions of patriotic numbers on the vaudeville stage. He remembered the great flags waving triumphantly over Fifth Avenue, and the crowds dutifully cheering. But those were valid reasons for the undertaker. But for him, John Andrews, were they valid reasons? No. He had no trade, he had not been driven into the army by the force of public opinion, he had not been carried away by any wave of blind confidence in the phrases of bought propagandists. He had not had the strength to live. The thought came to him of all those who, down the long tragedy of history, had given themselves smilingly for the integrity of their thoughts. He had not had the courage to move a muscle for his freedom, but he had been fairly cheerful about risking his life as a soldier in a cause he believed useless. What right had a man to exist who was too cowardly to stand up for what he thought and felt, for his whole make-up, for everything that made him an individual apart from his fellows, and not a slave to stand cap in hand waiting for someone of stronger will to tell him to act? Like a sudden nausea, disgust surged up in him. His mind ceased formulating phrases and thoughts. He gave himself over to disgust as a man who has drunk a great deal, holding on tight to the reins of his will, suddenly gives himself over pell-mell to drunkenness. He lay very still, with his eyes closed, listening to the stir of the ward, the voices of the men talking, and the fits of coughing that shook the man next him. The smarting pain throbbed monotonously. He felt hungry and wondered vaguely if it were supper time. How little they gave you to eat in the hospital. He called over to the man in the opposite cot. "Hey, Stalky, what time is it?" "It's after mess time now. Got a good appetite for the steak and onions and French fried potatoes?" "Shut up." A rattling of tin dishes at the other end of the ward made Andrews wriggle up further on his pillow. Verses from the Shropshire Lad jingled mockingly through his head. The world, it was the old world yet. I was I, my things were wet, and nothing now remained to do but begin the game anew. After he had eaten, he picked up the Tentation de Saint Antoine that lay on the cot beside his immovable legs, and buried himself in it, reading the gorgeously modulated sentences voraciously, as if the book were a drug in which he could drink deep forgetfulness of himself. He put the book down and closed his eyes. His mind was full of intangible floating glow, like the ocean on a warm night, when every wave breaks into pale flame, and mysterious milky lights keep rising to the surface out of the dark waters, and gleaming and vanishing. He became absorbed in the strange fluid harmonies that permeated his whole body, as a grey sky at nightfall suddenly becomes filled with endlessly changing patterns of light and color and shadow. When he tried to seize hold of his thoughts, to give them definite musical expression in his mind, he found himself suddenly empty, the way a sandy inlet on the beach that has been full of shoals of silver fishes becomes suddenly empty when a shadow crosses the water, and the man who is watching sees wanly his own reflection, instead of the flickering of thousands of tiny silver bodies. John Andrews awoke to feel a cold hand on his head. "Feeling all right?" said a voice in his ear. He found himself looking in a puffy, middle-aged face, with a lean nose and grey eyes, with dark rings under them. Andrews felt the eyes looking him over inquisitively. He saw the red triangle on the man's khaki sleeve. "Yes," he said. "If you don't mind, I'd like to talk to you a little while, buddy." "Not a bit. Have you got a chair?" said Andrews, smiling. I don't suppose it was just right of me to wake you up, but you see it was this way. You were the next in line, and I was afraid I'd forget you if I skipped you." "I understand," said Andrews, with a sudden determination to take the initiative away from the "Y" man. "How long have you been in France? Do you like the war?" he asked hurriedly. The "Y" man smiled sadly. "You seem pretty spry," he said. "I guess you're in a hurry to get back at the front and get some more Huns." He smiled again with an air of indulgence. Andrews did not answer. "No, sonny, I don't like it here," the "Y" man said after a pause. "I wish I was home, but it's great to feel you're doing your duty." "It must be," said Andrews. "Have you heard about the great air raids our boys have pulled off? They've bombarded Frankfurt. Now if they could only wipe Berlin off the map." "Say, do you hate 'em awful hard?" said Andrews in a low voice. "Because if you do, I can tell you something will tickle you most to death. Lean over." The "Y" man leant over curiously. "Some German prisoners come to this hospital at 6 every night to get the garbage. Now, all you need to do if you really hate 'em so bad is borrow a revolver from one of your officer friends and just shoot up the convoy." "Say, where were you raised, boy?" The "Y" man sat up suddenly with a look of alarm on his face. "Don't you know that prisoners are sacred? Do you know what our colonel told us before going into the Argonne offensive? The more prisoners we took, the less grub there'd be. And do you know what happened to the prisoners that were taken? Why do you hate the Huns?" "Because they are barbarians, enemies of civilization. You must have enough education to know that," said the "Y" man, raising his voice angrily. "What church do you belong to?" "None." "But you must have been connected with some church, boy. You can't have been raised a heathen in America. Every Christian belongs or has belonged to some church or other from baptism." "I make no pretensions to Christianity." Andrews closed his eyes and turned his head away. He could feel the "Y" man hovering over him irresolutely. After a while he opened his eyes. The "Y" man was leaning over the next bed. Through the window at the opposite side of the ward he could see a bit of blue sky among white scroll-like clouds with mauve shadows. He stared at it until the clouds, beginning to grow golden into evening, covered it. Furious, hopeless irritation consumed him. How these people enjoyed hating! At that rate it was better to be at the front. Men were more humane when they were killing each other than when they were talking about it. So was civilization nothing but a vast edifice of sham, and the war, instead of its crumbling, was its fullest and most ultimate expression. Oh, but there must be something more in the world than greed and hatred and cruelty. Were they all shams too, these gigantic phrases that floated like gaudy kites high above mankind? Kites, that was it, contraptions of tissue paper that held at the end of a string, ornaments not to be taken seriously. He thought of all the long procession of men who had been touched by the unutterable futility of the lives of men, who had tried by phrases to make things otherwise, who had taught unworldliness. Dim, enigmatic figures they were: Democritus, Socrates, Epicurus, Christ. So many of them, and so vague in the silvery mist of history that he hardly knew that they were not his own imagining. Lucretius, St. Francis, Voltaire, Rousseau, and how many others, known and unknown through the tragic centuries. They had wept, some of them, and some of them had laughed, and their phrases had risen glittering, soap bubbles to dazzle men for a moment, and had shattered. And he felt a crazy desire to join the forlorn ones, to throw himself into an inevitable defeat, to live his life as he saw it in spite of everything, to proclaim once more the falseness of the gospels under the cover of which greed and fear filled with more and yet more pain the already unbearable agony of human life. As soon as he got out of the hospital he would desert. The determination formed suddenly in his mind, making the excited blood surge gloriously through his body. There was nothing else to do. He would desert. He pictured himself hobbling away in the dark, on his lame legs, stripping his uniform off, losing himself in some out-of-the-way corner of France, or slipping by the sentries to Spain and freedom. He was ready to endure anything, to face any sort of death, for the sake of a few months of liberty in which to forget the degradation of this last year. This was his last run with the pack. An enormous exhilaration took hold of him. It seemed the first time in his life that he had ever determined to act. All the rest had been aimless drifting. The blood sang in his ears. He fixed his eyes on the half obliterated figures that supported the shields under the beams in the wall opposite. They seemed to be wriggling out of their contorted positions and smiling encouragement to him. He imagined them, warriors out of old tales, on their way to slay dragons in enchanted woods, clever-fingered guildsmen and artisans, cupids and satyrs and fauns, jumping from their niches and carrying him off with them in a headlong rout, to a sound of flutes, on a last forlorn assault on the citadels of pain. The lights went out, and an orderly came round with chocolate that poured with a pleasant soothing sound into the tin cups. With the greasiness of chocolate in his mouth, and the warmth of it in his stomach, John Andrews went to sleep. There was a stir in the ward when he woke up. Reddish sunlight filtered in through the window opposite, and from outside came a confused noise, a sound of bells ringing and whistles blowing. Andrews looked past his feet towards Stocky's cot opposite. Stocky was sitting bolt upright in bed with his eyes round his quarters. "Fellers, the war's over." "Put him out. Cut that. Pull the chain. Tie that bull outside," came from every side of the ward. "Fellers," shouted Stocky louder than ever, "it's straight dope. The war's over. I just dreamt the Kaiser came up to me on 14th Street and bummed a nickel for a glass of beer. The war's over. Don't you hear the whistles?" "All right, let's go home." "Shut up. Can't you let a fella sleep?" The ward quieted down again, but all eyes were wide open. Men lay strangely still in their cots, waiting, wondering. "All I can say," shouted Stocky again, "is that she was some war while she lasted. What did I tell you?" As he spoke, the canvas screen in front of the door collapsed, and the major appeared with his cap askew over his red face and a brass bell in his hand, which he rang frantically as he advanced into the ward. "Men," he shouted in the deep roar of one announcing baseball scores, "the war ended at 4:03 a.m. this morning. The armistice is signed. To hell with the Kaiser." Then he rang the dinner bell madly and danced along the aisle between the rows of cots, holding the head nurse by one hand, who held a little yellow-headed lieutenant by the other, who, in turn, held another nurse, and so on. The line advanced jerkily into the ward. The front part was singing "The Star-Spangled Banner," and the rear "The Yanks Are Coming," and through it all the major rang his brass bell. The men who were well enough sat up in bed and yelled. The others rolled restlessly about, sickened by the din. They made the circuit of the ward and filed out, leaving confusion behind them. The dinner bell could be heard faintly in the other parts of the building. "Well, what d'you think of it, undertaker?" said Andrews. "Nothing." "Why?" The undertaker turned his small black eyes on Andrews and looked him straight in the face. "You know what's the matter with me, don't you? Outside of this wound." "No." "Coughing like I am, I'd think you'd be more observant. I got TB, young fella." "How do you know that?" "They're going to move me out of here to a TB ward tomorrow." "The hell they are." Andrews's words were lost in the paroxysm of coughing that seized the man next to him. "Home, boys, home, it's home we want to be," those well enough were singing. Stocky conducting, standing on the end of his cot in his pink Red Cross pajamas, that were too short and showed a long expanse of skinny leg, fuzzy with red hairs. He banged together two bedpans to beat time. "Home! I won't never go home," said the undertaker when the noise had subsided a little. "Do you know what I wish? I wish the ward had gone on until every one of them bastards had been killed in it." "Which bastards?" "The men who got us fellers over here." He began coughing again weakly. "But they'll be safe if every other human being," began Andrews. He was interrupted by a thundering voice from the end of the ward. "Attention! Home, boys, home. It's home we want to be," went on the song. Stalky glanced towards the end of the ward, and seeing it was the major, dropped the bedpans that smashed at the foot of his cot, and got as far as possible under his blankets. "Attention!" thundered the major again. A sudden uncomfortable silence fell upon the ward, broken only by the coughing of the man next to Andrews. "If I hear any more noise from this ward, I'll chuck every one of you men out of this hospital. If you can't walk, you'll have to crawl. The war may be over, but you men are in the army, and don't you forget it." The major glared up and down the lines of cots. He turned on his heel and went out of the door, glancing angrily as he went at the overturned screen. The ward was still. Outside, whistles blew and church bells rang madly, and now and then there was a sound of singing. End of section 9. Section 10 of Three Soldiers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. Three Soldiers by John Dos Passos. Section 10. 2. The snow beat against the windows and pattered on the tin roof of the lean-to built against the side of the hospital, that went by the name of Sun Parlor. It was a dingy place, decorated by strings of dusty little paper flags that one of the Y men had festooned about the slanting beams of the ceiling to celebrate Christmas. There were tables with torn magazines piled on them, and a counter where cracked white cups were ranged waiting for one of the rare occasions when cocoa could be bought. In the middle of the room, against the wall of the main building, a stove was burning, about which sat several men in hospital denims talking in drowsy voices. Andrews watched them from his seat by the window, looking at their broad backs bent over towards the stove, and at the hands that hung over their knees, limp from boredom. The air was heavy with the smell of coal gas mixed with carbolic from men's clothes, and stale cigarette smoke. Behind the cups at the counter, a Y man, a short, red-haired man with freckles, read the Paris edition of the New York Herald. Andrews, in his seat by the window, felt permeated by the stagnation about him. He had a sheaf of penciled music papers on his knees, that he rolled and unrolled nervously, staring at the stove and the motionless backs of the men about it. The stove roared a little, the Y man's paper rustled, men's voices came now and then in a drowsy whisper, and outside the snow beat evenly and monotonously against the window panes. Andrews pictured himself vaguely walking fast through the streets, with the snow stinging his face and the life of a city swirling about him, faces flushed by the cold, bright eyes under hat brims, looking for a second into his and passing on, slim forms of women bundled in shawls that showed vaguely the outline of their breasts and hips. He wondered if he would ever be free again to walk at random through city streets. He stretched his legs out across the floor in front of him. Strange, stiff, tremulous legs they were, but it was not the wounds that gave them their leaden weight. It was the stagnation of the life about him that he felt sinking into every crevice of his spirit so that he could never shake it off, the stagnation of dusty, ruined automatons that had lost all life of their own, whose limbs had practiced the drill manual so long that they had no movements of their own left, who sat limply, sunk in boredom, waiting for orders. Andrews was roused suddenly from his thoughts. He had been watching the snowflakes in their glittering dance just outside the window pane, when the sound of someone rubbing his hands very close to him made him look up. A little man with chubby cheeks and steel grey hair very neatly flattened against his skull stood at the window rubbing his fat little white hands together and making a faint unctuous puffing with each breath. Andrews noticed that a white clerical collar enclosed the little man's pink neck, that starched cuffs peeped from under the well-tailored sleeves of his officer's uniform. Sam Browne belt and puttees too were highly polished. On his shoulder was a demure little silver cross. Andrews's glance had reached the pink cheeks again, when he suddenly found a pair of steely eyes looking sharply into his. "You look quite restored, my friend," said a chanting clerical voice. "I suppose I am." "Splendid, splendid. But do you mind moving into the end of the room? That's it." He followed Andrews, saying in a deprecatory tone: "We're going to have just a little bit of prayer, and then I have some interesting things to tell you boys." The red-headed "Y" man had left his seat and stood in the center of the room, his paper still dangling from his hand, saying in a bored voice: "Please, fellows, move down to the end. Quiet, please. Quiet, please." The soldiers shambled meekly to the folding chairs at the end of the room, and after some chattering were quiet. A couple of men left, and several tiptoed in and sat in the front row. Andrews sank into a chair with a despairing sort of resignation, and burying his face in his hands, stared at the floor between his feet. "Fellers," went on the bored voice of the "Y" man, "let me introduce the Reverend Dr. Skinner, who..." The "Y" man's voice suddenly took on deep patriotic emotion. "Who has just come back from the Army of Occupation in Germany." At the words "Army of Occupation," as if a spring had been touched, everybody clapped and cheered. The Reverend Dr. Skinner looked about his audience with smiling confidence and raised his hands for silence, so that the men could see the chubby pink palms. "First, boys, my dear friends, let us indulge in a few moments of silent prayer to our great Creator." His voice rose and fell in the suave chant of one accustomed to going through the Episcopal liturgy for the edification of well-dressed and well-fed congregations. "Inasmuch as he has vouchsafed us safety and a mitigation of our afflictions, and let us pray that in his good name he may see fit to return us whole in limb and pure in heart to our families, to the wives, mothers, and to those whom we will some day honor with the name of wife, who eagerly await our return, and that we may spend the remainder of our lives in useful service to the great country for whose safety and glory we have offered up our youth a willing sacrifice. Let us pray." Silence fell dully on the room. Andrews could hear the self-conscious breathing of the men about him and the rustling of the snow against the tin roof. A few feet scraped. The voice began again after a long pause, chanting: "Our Father, which art in heaven." At the "Amen" everyone lifted his head cheerfully. Throats were cleared, chairs scraped, men settled themselves to listen. "Now, my friends, I'm going to give you in a few brief words a little glimpse into Germany, so that you may be able to picture to yourselves the way your comrades of the Army of Occupation managed to make themselves comfortable among the Huns. I ate my Christmas dinner in Koblenz. What do you think of that? Never had I thought that a Christmas would find me away from my home and loved ones. But what unexpected things happen to us in this world. Christmas in Koblenz under the American flag." He paused a moment to allow a little scattered clapping to subside. "The turkey was fine, too, I can tell you. Yes, our boys in Germany are very, very comfortable, and just waiting for the word, if necessary, to continue their glorious advance to Berlin. For I am sorry to say, boys, that the Germans have not undergone the change of heart for which we had hoped. They have indeed changed the name of their institutions, but their spirit they have not changed. How grave a disappointment it must be to our great President, who has exerted himself so long to bring the German people to reason, to make them understand the horror that they alone have brought deliberately upon the world. Alas! Far from it. Indeed, they have attempted with insidious propaganda to undermine the morale of our troops." A little storm of muttered epithets went through the room. The Reverend Dr. Skinner elevated his chubby pink palms and smiled benignantly. "To undermine the morale of our troops, so that the most stringent regulations have had to be made by the commanding general to prevent it. Indeed, my friends, I very much fear that we stopped too soon in our victorious advance, that Germany should have been utterly crushed. But all we can do is watch and wait, and abide by the decision of those great men who in a short time will be gathered together at the conference at Paris. Let me, boys, my dear friends, express the hope that you may speedily be cured of your wounds, ready again to do willing service in the ranks of the glorious army that must be vigilant for some time yet, I fear, to defend as Americans and Christians the civilization you have so nobly saved from a ruthless foe. Let us all join together in singing the hymn, Stand up for Jesus, which I am sure you all know." The men got to their feet, except for a few who had lost their legs, and sang the first verse of the hymn unsteadily. The second verse petered out altogether, leaving only the "Y" man and the Reverend Dr. Skinner singing away at the top of their lungs. The Reverend Dr. Skinner pulled out his gold watch and looked at it, frowning. "Oh my, I shall miss the train," he muttered. The "Y" man helped him into his voluminous trench coat, and they both hurried out of the door. "Those are some puttees he had on, I'll tell you," said the legless man who was propped in a chair near the stove. Andrews sat down beside him, laughing. He was a man with high cheekbones and powerful jaws, to whose face the pale brown eyes and delicately penciled lips gave a look of great gentleness. Andrews did not look at his body. Somebody said he was a Red Cross man giving out cigarettes. "Fooled us that time," said Andrews. "Have a butt? I've got one," said the legless man. With a large shrunken hand that was the transparent color of alabaster, he held out a box of cigarettes. "Thanks." When Andrews struck a match, he had to lean over the legless man to light his cigarette for him. He could not help glancing down the man's tunic at the drab trousers that hung limply from the chair. A cold shudder went through him. He was thinking of the zigzag scars on his own thighs. "Did you get it in the legs too, buddy?" asked the legless man quietly. "Yes, but I had luck. How long have you been here?" "Since Christ was a corporal. Oh, I don't know. I've been here since 2 weeks after my outfit first went into the lines. That was on November 16th, 1917. Didn't see much of the war, did I? Still, I guess I didn't miss much." "No, but you've seen enough of the army." "That's true. I guess I wouldn't mind the war if it wasn't for the army." "They'll be sending you home soon, won't they?" "Guess so. Where are you from?" "New York," said Andrews. "I'm from Cranston, Wisconsin. Do you know that country? It's a great country for lakes. You can canoe for days and without a portage. We have a camp on Big Loon Lake. We used to have some wonderful times there. Lived like wild men. I went for a trip for 3 weeks once without seeing a house. Ever done much canoeing?" "Not as much as I'd like to." "That's the thing to make you feel fit. First thing you do when you shake out of your blankets is jump in and have a swim. Gee, it's great to swim when the morning mist is still on the water and the sun just strikes the tops of the birch branches. Ever smell bacon cooking? I mean, out in the woods in a frying pan over some sticks of pine and beechwood. Some great old smell, isn't it? And after you've paddled all day and feel tired and sunburned right to the palms of your feet, to sit around the fire with some trout roasting in the ashes and hear the sizzling the bacon makes in the pan. Oh boy." He stretched his arms wide. "God, I'd like to have wrung that damn little parson's neck," said Andrews suddenly. "Would you?" The legless man turned brown eyes on Andrews with a smile. "I guess he's about as much to blame as anybody is. guys like him. I guess they have that kind in Germany too." "You don't think we've made the world quite safe for democracy as it might be?" said Andrews in a low voice. "Hell, how should I know? I bet you never drove an ice wagon. I did, all one summer down home. It was some life. Got up at 3 o'clock in the mornin' and carry 100 or 200 pounds of ice into everybody's ice box. That was the life to make a fella feel fit. I was goin' around with a big Norwegian named Olaf, who's the strongest man I ever knew, and drink! He was the boy could drink. I once saw him put away 25 dry martini cocktails and swim across the lake on top of it. I used to weigh 180 pounds and he could pick me up with one hand and put me across his shoulder. That was the life to make a fella feel fit. Why, after being out late the night before, we'd jump out of bed at 3 o'clock feeling springy as a cat." "What's he doing now?" asked Andrews. "He died on the transport comin' across here. Died of the flu. I met a feller came over in his regiment. They dropped him overboard when they were in sight of the Azores." "Well, I didn't die of the flu. Have another butt?" "No, thanks," said Andrews. They were silent. The fire roared in the stove. No one was talking. The men lolled in chairs somnolently. Now and then someone spat. Outside of the window Andrews could see the soft white dancing of the snowflakes. His limbs felt very heavy. His mind was permeated with dusty stagnation, like the stagnation of old garrets and lumber rooms, where, among superannuated bits of machinery and cracked, grimy crockery, lie heaps of broken toys. John Andrews sat on a bench in a square full of linden trees, with the pale winter sunshine full on his face and hands. He had been looking up through his eyelashes at the sun, that was the color of honey, and he let his dazzled glance sink slowly through the black lacework of twigs, down the green trunks of the trees to the bench opposite, where sat two nursemaids, and between them a tiny girl with a face daintily colored and lifeless like a doll's face, and a frilled dress under which showed small ivory knees and legs encased in white socks and yellow sandals. Above the halo of her hair floated, with the sun shining through it as through a glass of claret, a bright carmine balloon which the child held by a string. Andrews looked at her for a long time, enraptured by the absurd daintiness of the figure between the big bundles of flesh of the nursemaids. The thought came to him suddenly that months had gone by, was it only months, since his hands had touched anything soft, since he had seen any flowers. The last was a flower an old woman had given him in a village in the Argonne, an orange marigold, and he remembered how soft the old woman's withered lips had been against his cheek when she had leaned over and kissed him. His mind suddenly lit up as with a strain of music, with a sense of sweetness of quiet lives worn away monotonously in the fields, in the grey little provincial towns, in old kitchens full of fragrance of herbs and tang of smoke from the hearth, where there are pots on the window sill full of basil in flower. Something made him go up to the little girl and take her hand. The child, looking up suddenly and seeing a lanky soldier with pale, lean face and light straw-colored hair escaping from a cap too small for him, shrieked and let go the string of the balloon, which soared slowly into the air, trembling a little in the faint, cool wind that blew. The child wailed dismally, and Andrews, quailing under the furious glances of the nursemaids, stood before her, flushed crimson, stammering apologies, not knowing what to do. The white caps of the nursemaids bent over and ribbons fluttered about the child's head as they tried to console her. Andrews walked away dejectedly, now and then looking up at the balloon which soared, a black speck against the grey and topaz-colored clouds. "Sale Américain!" he heard one nursemaid exclaim to the other. But this was the first hour in months he had had free, the first moment of solitude. He must live. Soon he would be sent back to his division. A wave of desire for furious fleshly enjoyments went through him, making him want steaming dishes of food drenched in rich, spice-flavored sauces, making him want to get drunk on strong wine, to roll on thick carpets in the arms of naked libidinous women. He was walking down the quiet grey street of the provincial town with its low houses with red chimney pots and blue slate roofs and its irregular yellowish cobbles. A clock somewhere was striking 4 with deep booming strokes. Andrews laughed. He had to be in hospital at 6. Already he was tired, his legs ached. The window of a pastry shop appeared invitingly before him, denuded as it was by wartime. A sign in English said "Tea." Walking in, he sat down in a fussy little parlor where the tables had red cloths, and a print, in pinkish and greenish colors, hung in the middle of the imitation brocade paper of each wall. Under a print of a poster bed with curtains in front of which 18 to 20 people bowed, with the title of Secret d'Amour, sat 3 young officers, who cast cold, irritated glances at this private with a hospital badge on who invaded their tea shop. Andrews stared back at them, flaming with dull anger. Sipping the hot, fragrant tea, he sat with a blank sheet of music paper before him, listening in spite of himself to what the officers were saying. They were talking about Ronsard. It was with irritated surprise that Andrews heard the name. What right had they to be talking about Ronsard? He knew more about Ronsard than they did. Furious, conceited phrases kept surging up in his mind. He was as sensitive, as humane, as intelligent, as well-read as they were. What right had they to the cold, suspicious glance with which they had put him in his place when he had come into the room? Yet that had probably been as unconscious, as unavoidable, as was his own biting envy. The thought that if one of those men should come over to him he would have to stand up and salute and answer humbly, not from civility, but from the fear of being punished, was bitter as wormwood, filled him with a childish desire to prove his worth to them, as when older boys had ill-treated him at school and he had prayed to have the house burned down so that he might heroically save them all. There was a piano in an inner room, where in the dark the chairs, upside down, perched dismally on the table-tops. He almost obeyed an impulse to go in there and start playing, by the brilliance of his playing to force these men who thought of him as a coarse automaton, something between a man and a dog, to recognize him as an equal, a superior. "But the war's over. I want to start living. Red wine, streets of the Nightingale, cries to the rose," said one of the officers. "What do you say we go AWOL to Paris?" "Dangerous." "Well, what can they do? We are not enlisted men. They can only send us home. That's just what I want." "I'll tell you what, we'll go to the Cochon Bleu and have a cocktail and think about it. The Lion and the Lizard keep their courts there. What the devil was his name? Anyway, we'll glory and drink deep while Major Peabody keeps his court in Dijon to his heart's content." Spurs jingled as the 3 officers went out. A fierce disgust took possession of John Andrews. He was ashamed of his spiteful irritation. If, when he had been playing the piano to a roomful of friends in New York, a man dressed as a laborer had shambled in, wouldn't he have felt a moment of involuntary scorn? It was inevitable that the fortunate should hate the unfortunate because they feared them. But he was so tired of all those thoughts. Drinking down the last of his tea at a gulp, he went into the shop to ask the old woman with little black whiskers over her bloodless lips, who sat behind the white desk at the end of the counter, if she minded his playing the piano. In the deserted tea room, among the dismal upturned chairs, his crassoned fingers moved stiffly over the keys. He forgot everything else. Locked doors in his mind were swinging wide, revealing forgotten sumptuous halls of his imagination. The Queen of Sheba, grotesque as a satyr, white and flaming with worlds of desire, as the great implacable Aphrodite, stood with her hand on his shoulder, sending shivers of warm sweetness rippling through his body, while her voice intoned in his ears all the inexhaustible voluptuousness of life. An asthmatic clock struck somewhere in the obscurity of the room. 7. John Andrews paid, said good-bye to the old woman with the mustache, and hurried out into the street. Like Cinderella at the ball, he thought. As he went towards the hospital, down faintly lighted streets, his steps got slower and slower. Why go back? A voice kept saying inside him. Anything is better than that. Better throw himself in the river even than go back. He could see the olive drab clothes in a heap among the dry bulrushes on the river bank. He thought of himself crashing naked through the film of ice into water black as Chinese lacquer. And when he climbed out numb and panting on the other side, wouldn't he be able to take up life again as if he had just been born? How strong he would be if he could begin life a second time. How madly, how joyously he would live now that there was no more war. He had reached the door of the hospital. Furious shudders of disgust went through him. He was standing dumbly humble while a sergeant bawled him out for being late. Andrews stared for a long while at the line of shields that supported the dark ceiling beams on the wall opposite his cot. The emblems had been erased, and the grey stone figures that crowded under the shields, the satyr with his shaggy goat's legs, the townsman with his square hat, the warrior with the sword between his legs, had been clipped and scratched long ago in other wars. In the strong afternoon light they were so dilapidated he could hardly make them out. He wondered how they had seemed so vivid to him when he had lain in his cot, comforted by their comradeship, while his healing wounds itched and tingled. Still he glanced tenderly at the grey stone figures as he left the ward. Downstairs in the office, where the atmosphere was stuffy with a smell of varnish and dusty papers and cigarette smoke, he waited a long time, shifting his weight restlessly from one foot to the other. "What do you want?" said a red-haired sergeant, without looking up from the pile of papers on his desk. "Waiting for travel orders." "Aren't you the guy I told to come back at 3?" "It is 3." "H'm." The sergeant kept his eyes fixed on the papers, which rustled as he moved them from one pile to another. In the end of the room a typewriter clicked slowly and jerkily. Andrews could see the dark back of a head between bored shoulders in a woolen shirt leaning over the machine. Beside the cylindrical black stove against the wall, a man with large mustaches and the complicated stripes of a hospital sergeant was reading a novel in a red cover. After a long silence, the red-headed sergeant looked up from his papers and said suddenly, "Ted." The man at the typewriter turned slowly round, showing a large red face and blue eyes. "Well?" he drawled. "Go and see if the loot has signed them papers yet." The man got up, stretched himself deliberately, and slouched out through a door beside the stove. The red-haired sergeant leaned back in his swivel chair and lit a cigarette. "Hell," he said, yawning. The man with the mustache beside the stove let the book slip from his knees to the floor and yawned too. "This goddam armistice sure does take the ambition out of a fella," he said. "Hell of a note," said the red-haired sergeant. "Do you know they had my name in for an OTC? Hell of a note goin' home without a Sam Brown." The other man came back and sank down into his chair in front of the typewriter again. The slow, jerky clicking recommenced. Andrews made a scraping noise with his foot on the ground. "Well, what about that travel order?" said the red-haired sergeant. "Loot's out," said the other man, still typewriting. "Well, didn't he leave it on his desk?" shouted the red-haired sergeant angrily. "Couldn't find it." "I suppose I've got to go look for it. God!" The red-haired sergeant stamped out of the room. A moment later he came back with a bunch of papers in his hand. "Your name Jones?" he snapped to Andrews. "No." "Snivsky?" "No, Andrews, John. Why the hell couldn't you say so?" The man with the mustaches beside the stove got to his feet suddenly. An alert, smiling expression came over his face. "Good afternoon, Captain Higginsworth," he said cheerfully. An oval man with a cigar slanting out of his broad mouth came into the room. When he talked, the cigar wobbled in his mouth. He wore greenish kid gloves, very tight for his large hands, and his puttees shone with a dark lustre like mahogany. The red-haired sergeant turned round and half saluted. "Goin' to another swell party, Captain?" he asked. The captain grinned. "Say, have you boys got any Red Cross cigarettes? I ain't only got cigars, and you can't hand a cigar to a lady, can you?" The captain grinned again. An appreciative giggle went round. "Will a couple of packages do you? Because I've got some here," said the red-haired sergeant, reaching in the drawer of his desk. "Fine." The captain slipped them into his pocket and swaggered out, doing up the buttons of his buff-colored coat. The sergeant settled himself at his desk again with an important smile. "Did you find the travel order?" asked Andrews timidly. "I'm supposed to take the train at 4:02." "Can't make it. Did you say your name was Anderson?" "Andrews. John Andrews." "Here it is. Why didn't you come earlier?" The sharp air of the ruddy winter evening, sparkling in John Andrews's nostrils, vastly refreshing after the stale odors of the hospital, gave him a sense of liberation. Walking with rapid steps through the grey streets of the town, where in windows lamps already glowed orange, he kept telling himself that another epoch was closed. It was with relief that he felt that he would never see the hospital again or any of the people in it. He thought of Chrisfield. It was weeks and weeks since Chrisfield had come to his mind at all. Now it was with a sudden clench of affection that the Indiana boy's face rose up before him. An oval, heavily tanned face with a little of childish roundness about it yet, with black eyebrows and long black eyelashes. But he did not even know if Chrisfield were still alive. Furious joy took possession of him. He, John Andrews, was alive. What did it matter if everyone he knew died? There were jollier companions than ever he had known to be found in the world, cleverer people to talk to, more vigorous people to learn from. The cold air circulated through his nose and lungs. His arms felt strong and supple. He could feel the muscles of his legs stretch and contract as he walked, while his feet beat jauntily on the irregular cobblestones of the street. The waiting room at the station was cold and stuffy, full of a smell of breathed air and unclean uniforms. French soldiers wrapped in their long blue coats slept on the benches or stood about in groups, eating bread and drinking from their canteens. A gas lamp in the center gave dingy light. Andrews settled himself in a corner with despairing resignation. He had 5 hours to wait for a train, and already his legs ached and he had a side feeling of exhaustion. The exhilaration of leaving the hospital and walking free through wine-tinted streets in the sparkling evening air gave way gradually to despair. His life would continue to be this slavery of unclean bodies, packed together in places where the air had been breathed over and over, cogs in the great slow-moving juggernaut of armies. What did it matter if the fighting had stopped? The armies would go on grinding out lives with lives, crushing flesh with flesh. Would he ever again stand free and solitary to live out joyous hours which would make up for all the boredom of the treadmill? He had no hope. His life would continue like this dingy, ill-smelling waiting room where men in uniform slept in the field air until they should be ordered out, to march or to stand in motionless rows endlessly, futilely, like toy soldiers a child has forgotten in an attic. Andrews got up suddenly and went out on the empty platform. A cold wind blew. Somewhere out in the freight yards an engine puffed loudly, and clouds of white steam drifted through the faintly lighted station. He was walking up and down with his chin sunk into his coat and his hands in his pockets when somebody ran into him. "Damn," said a voice, and the figure darted through a grimy glass door that bore the sign "Buvette." Andrews followed absent-mindedly. "I'm sorry I ran into you. I thought you were an MP. That's why I beat it." When he spoke, the man, an American private, turned and looked searchingly in Andrews's face. He had very red cheeks and an impudent little brown mustache. He spoke slowly with a faint Bostonian drawl. "Oh, that's nothing," said Andrews. "Let's have a drink," said the other man. "I'm AWOL. Where are you going?" "To some place near Bar-le-Duc, back to my division. Been in hospital." "Long?" Since October." "Gee, have some Curacoa. It'll do you good. You look pale." "My name's Harlow, ambulance with the French army." They sat down at an unwashed marble table where the soot from the trains made a pattern sticking to the rings left by wine and liqueur glasses. "I'm going to Paris," said Henslowe. "My leave expired 3 days ago. I'm going to Paris and get taken ill with peritonitis or double pneumonia, or maybe I'll have a cardiac lesion. The army's a bore." "Hospital isn't any better," said Andrews with a sigh. "Though I shall never forget the night which I realized I was wounded and out of it. I thought I was bad enough to be sent home." "Why, I wouldn't have missed a minute of the war. But now that it's over, hell. Travel is the password now. I've just had 2 weeks in the Pyrenees. Nîmes, Arles, Les Baux, Carcassonne, Perpignan, Lourdes, Gavarnie, Toulouse. What do you think of that for a trip? What were you in?" "Infantry." "Must have been hell." "Been? It is." "Why don't you come to Paris with me?" I don't want to be picked up," stammered Andrews. "Not a chance. I know the ropes. All you have to do is keep away from the Olympia and the railway stations, walk fast and keep your shoes shined. And you've got wits, haven't you?" "Not many. Let's drink a bottle of wine. Isn't there anything to eat to be got here?" "Not a damn thing, and I daren't go out of the station on account of the MP at the gate. There'll be a diner on the Marseilles Express." "But I can't go to Paris." "Sure. Look, how do you call yourself?" "John Andrews." "Well, John Andrews, all I can say is that you've let him get your goat. Don't give in. Have a good time in spite of him. To hell with him." He brought the bottle down so hard on the table that it broke and the purple wine flowed over the dirty marble and dripped gleaming on the floor. Some French soldiers who stood in a group round the bar turned round. "V'la un gars qui gaspille le bon vin," said a tall, red-faced man with long sloping whiskers. "Pour 20 sous je mangerai la bouteille," cried a little man lurching forward and leaning drunkenly over the table. "Done," said Henslowe. "Say, Andrews, he says he'll eat the bottle for a franc." He placed a shining silver franc on the table beside the remnants of the broken bottle. The man seized the neck of the bottle in a black, claw-like hand and gave it a preparatory flourish. He was a cadaverous little man, incredibly dirty, with mustaches and beard of a moth-eaten tow color, and a purple flush on his cheeks. His uniform was clotted with mud. When the others crowded round him and tried to dissuade him, he said: "M'en fous, c'est mon métier," and rolled his eyes so that the whites flashed in the dim light like the eyes of a dead codfish. "Why, he's really going to do it," cried Henslowe. The man's teeth flashed and crunched down on the jagged edge of the glass. There was a terrific crackling noise. He flourished the bottle end again. "My God, he's eating it," cried Henslowe, roaring with laughter. "And you're afraid to go to Paris." An engine rumbled into the station with a great hiss of escaping steam. "Gee, that's the Paris train. Tiens." He pressed the franc into the man's dirt-crusted hand. "Come along, Andrews." As they left the buvette, they heard again the crunching, crackling noise as the man bit another piece off the bottle. Andrews followed Henslowe across the steam-filled platform to the door of a first-class carriage. They climbed in. Henslowe immediately pulled down the black cloth over the half-globe of the light. The compartment was empty. He threw himself down with a sigh of comfort on the soft, buff-colored cushions of the seat. But what on earth?" stammered Andrews. M'en fous, c'est mon métier, interrupted Henslow. The train pulled out of the station. End of section 10. Section 11 of Three Soldiers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. Three Soldiers by John Dos Passos. Section 11. 3. Henslow poured wine from a brown earthen crock into the glasses, where it shimmered a bright thin red the color of currants. Andrews leaned back in his chair and looked through half-closed eyes at the table with its white cloth and little burnt umber loaves of bread, and out of the window at the square dimly lit by lemon-yellow gas lamps, and at the dark gables of the little houses that huddled round it. At a table against the wall opposite, a lame boy, with white beardless face and gentle violet-colored eyes, sat very close to the bare-headed girl who was with him and who never took her eyes off his face, leaning on his crutch all the while. A stove hummed faintly in the middle of the room, and from the half-open kitchen door came ruddy light and the sound of something frying. On the wall, in brownish colors that seemed to have taken warmth from all the rich scents of food they had absorbed since the day of their painting, were scenes of the Butte, as it was fancied to have once been, with windmills and wide fields. "I want to travel," Henslow was saying, dragging out his words drowsily. "Abyssinia, Patagonia, Turkestan, the Caucasus, anywhere and everywhere. What do you say you and I go out to New Zealand and raise sheep? But why not stay here? There can't be anywhere as wonderful as this. Then I'll put off starting for New Guinea for a week. But hell, I'll go crazy staying anywhere after this. It's got into my blood, all this murder. It's made a wanderer of me, that's what it's done. I'm an adventurer. God, I wish it had made me into anything so interesting. Tie a rock onto your scruples and throw 'em off the Pont Neuf and set out. Oh boy, this is the golden age for living by your wits. You're not out of the army yet. I should worry. I'll join the Red Cross. How? I've got a tip about it." A girl with an oval face and faint black down on her upper lip brought them soup, a thick greenish colored soup that steamed richly into their faces. "If you tell me how I can get out of the army, you'll probably save my life," said Andrews seriously. "There are two ways. Oh, but let me tell you later. Let's talk about something worthwhile. So you write music, do you?" Andrews nodded. An omelette lay between them, pale golden yellow with flecks of green. A few amber bubbles of burnt butter still clustered round the edges. "Talk about tone poems," said Henslow. "But if you are an adventurer and have no scruples, how is it you are still a private?" Henslow took a gulp of wine and laughed uproariously. "That's the joke." They ate in silence for a little while. They could hear the couple opposite them talking in low, soft voices. The stove purred, and from the kitchen came a sound of something being beaten in a bowl. Andrews leaned back in his chair. "This is so wonderfully quiet and mellow," he said. "It is so easy to forget that there's any joy at all in life." "Rot, it's a circus parade." "Have you ever seen anything drearier than a circus parade? One of those jokes that just aren't funny." "Justine, encore du vin," called Henslow. "So you know her name?" "I live here. The Butte is the boss on the middle of the shield. It's the axle of the wheel. That's why it's so quiet, like the center of a cyclone, of a vast whirling rotary circus parade." Justine, with her red hands that had washed so many dishes, off which other people had dined well, put down before them a scarlet langouste, of which claws and feelers sprawled over the tablecloth that already had a few purplish stains of wine. The sauce was yellow and fluffy like the breast of a canary bird. "Do you know," said Andrews suddenly, talking fast and excitedly while he brushed the straggling yellow hair off his forehead, "I'd almost be willing to be shot at the end of a year if I could live up here all that time with a piano and a million sheets of music paper. It would be worth it. But this is a place to come back to. Imagine coming back here after the highlands of Tibet where you'd nearly got drowned and scalped and had made love to the daughter of an Afghan chief, who had red lips smeared with lukumi so that the sweet taste stayed in your mouth." Henslowe stroked softly his little brown mustache. "But what's the use of just seeing and feeling things if you can't express them? What's the use of living at all? For the fun of it, man. Damn ends. But the only profound fun I ever have is that..." Andrews's voice broke. "Oh God, I would give up every joy in the world if I could turn out one page that I felt was adequate. Do you know, it's years since I've talked to anybody?" They both stared silently out of the window at the fog that was packed tightly against it like cotton wool, only softer, and a greenish gold color. "The MPs sure won't get us tonight," said Henslowe, banging his fist jauntily on the table. "I've got a great mind to go to the Rue Sainte Anne and leave my card on the provost marshal. God damn, do you remember that man who took the bite out of our wine bottle? He didn't give a hoot in hell, did he? Talk about expression. Why don't you express that? I think that's the turning point of your career. That's what made you come to Paris. You can't deny it." They both laughed loudly, rolling about on their chairs. Andrews caught glints of contagion in the pale violet eyes of the lame boy and in the dark eyes of the girl. "Let's tell them about it," he said laughing, with his face, bloodless after the months in the hospital, suddenly flushed. "Salut," said Henslowe, turning round and elevating his glass. "Nous rions parce que nous sommes gris de vin gris." Then he told them about the man who ate glass. He got to his feet and recounted slowly in his drawling voice with gestures. Justine stood by with a dish full of stuffed tomatoes of which the red skins showed vaguely through a mantle of dark brown sauce. When she smiled her cheeks puffed out and gave her face a little of the look of a white cat's. "And you live here?" asked Andrews after they had all laughed. "Always. It is not often that I go down to town. It's so difficult. I have a withered leg." He smiled brilliantly, like a child telling about a new toy. "And you?" "How could I be anywhere else?" answered the girl. "It's a misfortune, but there it is." She tapped with the crutch on the floor, making a sound like someone walking with it. The boy laughed and tightened his arm round her shoulder. "I should like to live here," said Andrews simply. "Why don't you?" "But don't you see he's a soldier?" whispered the girl hurriedly. A frown wrinkled the boy's forehead. "Well, it wasn't by choice, I suppose," he said. Andrews was silent. Unaccountable shame took possession of him before these people who had never been soldiers, who would never be soldiers. "The Greeks used to say," he said bitterly, using a phrase that had been a long time on his mind, "that when a man became a slave, on the first day he lost one half of his virtue." "When a man becomes a slave," repeated the lame boy softly, "on the first day he loses one half of his virtue." "What's the use of virtue? It is love you need," said the girl. "I've eaten your tomato, friend Andrews," said Henslowe. "Justine will get us some more." He poured out the last of the wine that half filled each of the glasses with its thin sparkle, the color of red currants. Outside the fog had blotted everything out in even darkness, which grew vaguely yellow and red near the sparsely scattered street lamps. Andrews and Henslowe felt their way blindly down the long gleaming flights of steps that led from the quiet darkness of the Butte through the confused lights and noises of more crowded streets. The fog caught in their throats and tinkled in their noses and brushed against their cheeks like moist hands. "Why did we go away from that restaurant? I'd like to have talked to those people some more," said Andrews. "We haven't had any coffee either." "But, man, we're in Paris. We're not going to be here long. We can't afford to stay all the time in one place. It's nearly closing time already." "The boy was a painter. He said he lived by making toys. He whittles out wooden elephants and camels for Noah's arks. Did you hear that?" They were walking fast down a straight sloping street. Below them already appeared the golden glare of a boulevard. Andrews went on talking, almost to himself. What a wonderful life that would be to live up here in a small room that would overlook the great rosy expanse of the city. To have some absurd work like that to live on, and to spend all your spare time working and going to concerts. A quiet, mellow existence. Think of my life beside it, slaving in that iron, metallic, brazen New York to write ineptitudes about music in the Sunday paper. God! And this. They were sitting down at a table in a noisy cafe, full of yellow light flashing in eyes and on glasses and bottles, of red lips crushed against the thin, hard rims of glasses. "Wouldn't you just like to rip it off?" Andrews jerked at his tunic with both hands where it bulged out over his chest. "Oh, I'd like to make the buttons fly all over the cafe, smashing the liqueur glasses, snapping in the faces of all those dandified French officers who look so proud of themselves that they survived long enough to be victorious." "The coffee's famous here," said Henslowe. "The only place I ever had it better was at a bistro in Nice on this last permission." "Somewhere else again." "That's it. Forever and ever, somewhere else. Let's have some Prunelle. Before the war Prunelle." The waiter was a solemn man, with a beard cut like a prime minister's. He came with the bottle held out before him, religiously lifted. His lips pursed with an air of intense application while he poured the white glinting liquid into the glasses. When he had finished, he held the bottle upside down with a tragic gesture. Not a drop came out. "It is the end of the good old times," he said. "Damnation to the good old times," said Henslowe. "Here's to the good old new rough-housey circus parades." "I wonder how many people they are good for, those circus parades of yours," said Andrews. "Where are you going to spend the night?" said Henslowe. "I don't know. I suppose I can find a hotel or something." "Why don't you come with me and see Berthe? She probably has friends." "I want to wander about alone. Not that I scorn Berthe's friends, but I'm so greedy for solitude." John Andrews was walking alone down streets full of drifting fog. Now and then a taxi dashed past him and clattered off into the obscurity. Scattered groups of people, their footsteps hollow in the muffling fog, floated about him. He did not care which way he walked, but went on and on, crossing large crowded avenues where the lights embroidered patterns of gold and orange on the fog, rolling in wide deserted squares, diving into narrow streets where other steps sounded sharply for a second now and then, and faded, leaving nothing in his ears when he stopped still to listen but the city's distant muffled breathing. At last he came out along the river, where the fog was densest and coldest, and where he could hear faintly the sound of water gurgling past the piers of bridges. The glow of the lights glared and dimmed, as he walked along, and sometimes he could make out the bare branches of trees blurred across the halos of the lamps. The fog caressed him soothingly, and shadows kept flicking past him, giving him glimpses of smooth curves of cheeks and glints of eyes bright from the mist and darkness. Friendly, familiar people seemed to fill the fog just out of his sight. The muffled murmur of the city stirred him like the sound of the voices of friends. From the girl at the crossroads singing under her street lamp to the patrician pulling roses to pieces from the height of her litter, all the imagining of your desire. The murmur of life about him kept forming itself into long modulated sentences in his ears, sentences that gave him by their form a sense of quiet well-being, as if he were looking at a low relief of people dancing, carved out of Parian in some workshop in Attica. Once he stopped and leaned for a long while against the moisture-beaded stern of a street lamp. Two shadows defined, as they strolled towards him, into the forms of a pale boy and a bare-headed girl, walking tightly laced in each other's arms. The boy limped a little, and his violet eyes were contracted to wistfulness. John Andrews was suddenly filled with throbbing expectation, as if those two would come up to him and put their hands on his arms and make some revelation of vast import to his life. But when he reached the full glow of the lamp, Andrews saw that he was mistaken. They were not the boy and girl he had talked to on the boot. He walked off hurriedly and plunged again into tortuous streets, where he strode over the cobblestone pavements, stopping now and then to peer through the window of a shop at the light in the rear, where a group of people sat quietly about a table under a light, or into a bar where a tired little boy with heavy eyelids and sleeves rolled up from thin, grey arms was washing glasses, or an old woman, a shapeless bundle of black clothes, was swabbing the floor. From doorways he heard talking and soft laughs. Upper windows sent yellow rays of light across the fog. In one doorway, the vague light from a lamp bracketed in the wall showed two figures, pressed into one by their close embrace. As Andrews walked past, his heavy army boots clattering loud on the wet pavement, they lifted their heads slowly. The boy had violet eyes and pale beardless cheeks. The girl was bareheaded and kept her brown eyes fixed on the boy's face. Andrews's heart thumped within him. At last he had found them. He made a step towards them, and then strode on, losing himself fast in the cool, effacing fog. Again he had been mistaken. The fog swirled about him, hiding wistful friendly faces, hands ready to meet his hands, eyes ready to take fire with his glance, lips cold with the mist, to be crushed under his lips. From the girl at the singing under her street lamp. And he walked on alone, through the drifting fog. 4. Andrews left the station reluctantly, shivering in the raw grey mist under which the houses of the village street and the rows of motor trucks and the few figures of French soldiers swathed in long formless coats showed as vague dark blurs in the confused dawnlight. His body felt flushed and sticky from a night spent huddled in the warm fetid air of an overcrowded compartment. He yawned and stretched himself and stood irresolutely in the middle of the street with his pack biting into his shoulders. Out of sight, behind the dark mass, in which a few ruddy lights glowed, of the station buildings, the engine whistled and the train clanked off into the distance. Andrews listened to its faint reverberation through the mist with a sick feeling of despair. It was the train that had brought him from Paris back to his division. As he stood shivering in the grey mist, he remembered the curious despairing reluctance he used to suffer when he went back to boarding school after a holiday. How he used to go from the station to the school by the longest road possible, taking frantic account of every moment of liberty left him. Today his feet had the same leaden reluctance as when they used to all but refuse to take him up the long sandy hill to the school. He wandered aimlessly for a while about the silent village, hoping to find a cafe where he could sit for a few minutes to take a last look at himself before plunging again into the groveling promiscuity of the army. Not a light showed. All the shutters of the shabby little brick and plaster houses were closed. With dull, springless steps he walked down the road they had pointed out to him from the RTO. Overhead the sky was brightening, giving the mist that clung to the earth in every direction ruddy, billowing outlines. The frozen road gave out a faint, hard resonance under his footsteps. Occasionally the silhouette of a tree by the roadside loomed up in the mist ahead, its uppermost branches clear and ruddy with sunlight. Andrews was telling himself that the war was over, and that in a few months he would be free in any case. What did a few months more or less matter? But the same thoughts were swept recklessly away in a blind panic that was like a stampede of wild steers within him. There was no arguing. His spirit was contorted with revolt, so that his flesh twitched and dark splotches danced before his eyes. He wondered vaguely whether he had gone mad. Enormous plans kept rising up out of the tumult of his mind and dissolving suddenly like smoke in a high wind. He would run away and, if they caught him, kill himself. He would start a mutiny in his company. He would lash all these men to frenzy by his words, so that they too should refuse to form into guns, so that they should laugh when the officers got red in the face shouting orders at them, so that the whole division should march off over the frosty hills, without arms, without flags, calling all the men of all the armies to join them, to march on singing, to laugh the nightmare out of their blood. Would not some lightning flash of vision sear people's consciousness into life again? What was the good of stopping the war if the armies continued? But that was just rhetoric. His mind was flooding itself with rhetoric that it might keep its sanity. His mind was squeezing out rhetoric like a sponge that he might not see dry madness face to face. And all the while his hard footsteps along the frozen road beat in his ears, bringing him nearer to the village where his division was quartered. He was climbing a long hill. The mist thinned about him and became brilliant with sunlight. Then he was walking in the full sun over the crest of a hill with pale blue sky above his head. Beyond him and before him were mist-filled valleys, and beyond other ranges of long hills, with reddish-violet patches of woodland glowing faintly in the sunlight. In the valley at his feet he could see, in the shadows of the hill he stood on, a church tower and a few roofs rising out of the mist, as out of water. Among the houses bugles were blowing mess call. The jauntiness of the brassy notes ringing up through the silence was agony to him. How long the day would be. He looked at his watch. It was 7:30. How did they come to be having mess so late? The mist seemed doubly cold and dark when he was buried in it again after his moment of sunlight. The sweat was chilled on his face, and streaks of cold went through his clothes, soaked from the effort of carrying the pack. In the village street Andrews met a man he did not know and asked him where the office was. The man, who was chewing something, pointed silently to a house with green shutters on the opposite side of the street. At a desk sat Chrisfield smoking a cigarette. When he jumped up, Andrews noticed that he had a corporal's 2 stripes on his arm. "Hello, Andy." They shook hands warmly. "Are you all right now, old boy?" "Sure, I'm fine," said Andrews. A sudden constraint fell upon them. "That's good," said Chrisfield. "You're a corporal now. Congratulations." Made me more'n a month ago." They were silent. Chrisfield sat down in his chair again. "What sort of a town is this?" "It's a hell hole, this dump is, a hell hole." "That's nice." "Goin' to move soon, tell me. Army o' occupation. But I hadn't ought to have told you that. Don't tell any of the fellers." "Where's the outfit quartered?" "You won't know it. We've got 15 new men. No account, all of 'em. Second draft men." "Civilians in the town?" "You bet. Come with me, Andy, and I'll tell 'em to give you some grub at the cook shack. No, wait a minute and you'll miss the hike. Hikes every day since the goddam armistice. They sent out a general order tellin' 'em to double up on the drill." They heard a voice shouting orders outside, and the narrow street filled up suddenly with the sound of boots beating the ground in unison. Andrews kept his back to the window. Something in his legs seemed to be tramping in time with the other legs. "There they go," said Chrisfield. "Loot's with 'em today. Want some grub? If it ain't been punk since the armistice." The Y hut was empty and dark. Through the grimy window panes could be seen fields and a leaden sky full of heavy ochreous light, in which the leafless trees and the fields full of stubble were different shades of dead greyish brown. Andrews sat at the piano without playing. He was thinking how once he had thought to express all the cramped boredom of this life. The thwarted limbs regimented together lashed into straight lines, the monotony of servitude. Unconsciously as he thought of it, the fingers of one hand sought a chord, which jangled in the badly tuned piano. God, how silly, he muttered aloud, pulling his hands away. Suddenly he began to play snatches of things he knew, distorting them, willfully mutating the rhythm, mixing into them snatches of ragtime. The piano jangled under his hands, filling the empty hut with clamor. He stopped suddenly, letting his fingers slide from bass to treble, and began to play in earnest. There was a cough behind him that had an artificial, discreet ring to it. He went on playing without turning round. Then a voice said: "Beautiful, beautiful." Andrews turned round to find himself staring into a face of vaguely triangular shape with a wide forehead and prominent eyelids over protruding brown eyes. The man wore a Y.M.C.A. uniform which was very tight for him, so that there were creases running from each button across the front of his tunic. "Oh, do go on playing. It's years since I heard any Debussy." "It wasn't Debussy." "Oh, it wasn't? Anyway, it was just lovely. Do go on. I'll just stand here and listen." Andrews went on playing for a moment, made a mistake, started over, made the same mistake, banged on the keys with his fist and turned round again. "I can't play," he said peevishly. "Oh, you can, my boy, you can. Where did you learn? I would give $1,000,000 to play like that if I had it." Andrews glared at him silently. "You are one of the men just back from hospital, I presume." "Yes, worse luck." "Oh, I don't blame you. These French towns are the dullest places. Though I just love France, don't you?" The Y man had a faintly whining voice. "Anywhere's dull in the army." "Look, we must get to know each other real well. My name's Spencer Sheffield, Spencer B. Sheffield, and between you and me there's not a soul in the division you can talk to. It's dreadful not to have intellectual people about one. I suppose you're from New York?" Andrews nodded. So am I. You've probably read some of my things in Vain Endeavor." "What? You've never read Vain Endeavor?" "I guess you don't go round with the intellectual set. Most people often don't. Of course, I don't mean the village. All anarchists and society women there. I've never gone around with any set, and I never... Never mind, we'll fix that when we get back to New York. And now you just sit down at that piano and play me Debussy's Arabesque. I know you love it just as much as I do. But first, what's your name?" "Andrews." "Folks come from Virginia?" "Yes." Andrews got to his feet. "Then you're related to the Pendletons." "I may be related to the Kaiser for all I know." "The Pendletons, that's it. You see, my mother was a Miss Spencer from Spencer Falls, Virginia, and her mother was a Miss Pendleton. So you and I are cousins. Now isn't that a coincidence?" "Distant cousins. But I must go back to the barracks." "Come and see me any time," Spencer B. Sheffield shouted after him. "You know where, back of the shack, and knock twice so I'll know it's you." Outside the house where he was quartered, Andrews met the new top sergeant, a lean man with spectacles and a little mustache of the color and texture of a scrubbing brush. "Here's a letter for you," the top sergeant said. "Better look at the new K.P. list I've just posted." The letter was from Henslowe. Andrews read it with a smile of pleasure in the faint afternoon light, remembering Henslowe's constant drawling talk about distant places he had never been to, and the man who had eaten glass, and the day and a half in Paris. "Andy," the letter began, "I've got the dope at last. Courses begin in Paris February 15th. Apply at once to your CO to study something at the University of Paris. Any amount of lies will go. Apply all pull possible via sergeants, lieutenants, and their mistresses and laundresses. Yours, Henslowe." His heart thumping, Andrews ran after the sergeant, passing, in his excitement, a lieutenant without saluting him. "Look here," snarled the lieutenant. Andrews saluted and stood stiffly at attention. "Why didn't you salute me?" I was in a hurry, sir, and didn't see you. I was going on very urgent company business, sir." "Remember that just because the armistice is signed you needn't think you're out of the army. At ease." Andrews saluted. The lieutenant saluted, turned swiftly on his heel and walked away. Andrews caught up to the sergeant. "Sergeant Coffin, can I speak to you a minute?" "I'm in a hell of a hurry." "Have you heard anything about this Army Students' Corps to send men to universities here in France? Something the YMCA's getting up." "Can't be for enlisted men." "No, I ain't heard a word about it." "Do you want to go to school again?" "If I get a chance. To finish my course." "College man, are you?" "So am I. Well, I'll let you know if I get any general order about it. Can't do anything without getting a general order about it. Looks to me like it's all a bourgeois." "I guess you're right." The street was grey dark. Stung by a sense of impotence, surging with despairing rebelliousness, Andrews hurried back towards the buildings where the company was quartered. He would be late for mess. The grey street was deserted. From a window here and there, ruddy light streamed out to make a glowing oblong on the wall of a house opposite. "God damn it, if you don't believe me, go ask the lieutenant." "Look here, Toby, didn't our outfit see hotter work than any goddamn engineers?" Toby had just stepped into the cafe, a tall man with a brown bulldog face and a scar on his left cheek. He spoke rarely and solemnly, with a Maine coast Yankee twang. "I reckon so," was all he said. He sat down on the bench beside the other man, who went on bitterly. "I guess you would reckon so. Hell, man, you ditch diggers ain't in it." "Ditch diggers!" The engineer banged his fist down on the table. His lean, pickled face was a furious red. "I guess we don't dig half so many ditches as the infantry does, and when we've dug 'em we don't crawl into 'em and stay there like goddam cotton-tailed jackrabbits." "You guys don't get near enough to the front." "Like goddam cotton-tailed jackrabbits," shouted the pickle-faced engineer again, roaring with laughter. "Ain't that so?" He looked round the room for approval. The benches at the two long tables were filled with infantrymen who looked at him angrily. Noticing suddenly that he had no support, he moderated his voice. "The infantry's damn necessary, I'll admit that, but where'd you fellas be without us guys to string the barbed wire for you?" "There warn't no barbed wire strung in the Oregon forest where we was, boy. What d'you want barbed wire when you're advancin' for?" "Look here, I'll bet you a bottle of cognac my company had more losses than yourn did." "Tek 'em up, Joe," said Toby, suddenly showing an interest in the conversation. "All right, it's a go." "We had 15 killed and 20 wounded," announced the engineer triumphantly. "How badly wounded?" "What's that to you? Hand over the cognac?" "Like hell. We had 15 killed and 20 wounded too, didn't we, Toby?" "I reckon you're right," said Toby. "Ain't I right?" asked the other man, addressing the company generally. "Sure, goddam right," muttered voices. "Well, I guess it's all off then," said the engineer. "No, it ain't," said Toby. "Reckon up your wounded. The feller who's got the worst wounded takes the cognac. Ain't that fair?" "Sure." "We've had 7 fellers sent home already," said the engineer. "We've had 8, ain't we?" "Sure," growled everybody in the room. "How bad was they?" "2 of 'em was blind," said Toby. "Hell," said the engineer, jumping to his feet as if taking a trick at poker. "We had a guy who was sent home without arms nor legs, and 3 fellers got TB from bein' gassed." John Andrews had been sitting in a corner of the room. He got up. Something had made him think of the man he had known in the hospital who had said that was the life to make a fellow feel fit. Getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning, you jumped out of bed just like a cat." He remembered how the olive drab trousers had dangled, empty, from the man's chair. "That's nothing. One of our sergeants had to have a new nose grafted on." The village street was dark and deeply rutted with mud. Andrews wandered up and down aimlessly. There was only one other cafe. That would be just like this one. He couldn't go back to the desolate barn where he slept. It would be too early to go to sleep. A cold wind blew down the street and the sky was full of vague movement of dark clouds. The partly frozen mud clotted about his feet as he walked along. He could feel the water penetrating his shoes. Opposite the YMCA hut at the end of the street he stopped. After a moment's indecision he gave a little laugh and walked round to the back where the door of the Y man's room was. He knocked twice, half hoping there would be no reply. Sheffield's whining, high-pitched voice said, "Who is it?" "Andrews." "Come right in. You're just the man I wanted to see." Andrews stood with his hand on the knob. "Do sit down and make yourself right at home." Spencer Sheffield was sitting at a little desk in a room with walls of unplaned boards and one small window. Behind the desk were piles of cracker boxes and cardboard cases of cigarettes, and in the midst of them a little opening like that of a railway ticket office, in the wall through which the Y man sold his commodities to the long lines of men who would stand for hours waiting meekly in the room beyond. Andrews was looking round for a chair. "Oh, I just forgot. I'm sitting in the only chair," said Spencer Sheffield, laughing, twisting his small mouth into a shape like a camel's mouth, and rolling about his large protruding eyes. "Oh, that's all right. What I wanted to ask you was, do you know anything about..." "Look, do come into my room," interrupted Sheffield. "I've got such a nice sitting room with an open fire, just next to Lieutenant Bleezer, and there we'll talk about everything. I'm just dying to talk to somebody about the things of the spirit. Do you know anything about a scheme for sending enlisted men to French universities? Men who have not finished their courses." "Oh, wouldn't that be just fine? I tell you, boy, there's nothing like the U.S. government to think of things like that." "But have you heard anything about it?" "No, but I surely shall. Do you mind switching the light off? That's it. Now just follow me. Oh, I do need a rest. I've been working dreadfully hard since that Knights of Columbus man came down here. Isn't it hateful the way they try to run down the Y? Now we can have a nice long talk. You must tell me all about yourself." "But you really don't know anything about that university scheme?" "They say it begins February 15th," Andrews said in a low voice. "I'll ask Lieutenant Bleezer if he knows anything about it," said Sheffield soothingly, throwing an arm around Andrews's shoulder and pushing him in the door ahead of him. They went through a dark hall to a little room where a fire burned brilliantly in the hearth, lighting up with tongues of red and yellow a square black walnut table with two heavy armchairs with leather backs and bottoms that shone like lacquer. "This is wonderful," said Andrews involuntarily. "Romantic, I call it. Makes you think of Dickens, doesn't it? And Locksley Hall." "Yes," said Andrews vaguely. "Have you been in France long?" asked Andrews, settling himself in one of the chairs and looking into the dancing flames of the log fire. "Will you smoke?" He handed Sheffield a crumpled cigarette. "No, thanks, I only smoke special kinds. I have a weak heart. That's why I was rejected from the army. Oh, but I think it was superb of you to join as a private. It was my dream to do that, to be one of the nameless marching throng." "I think it was damn foolish, not to say criminal," said Andrews sullenly, still staring into the fire. "You can't mean that. Or do you mean that you think you had abilities which would have been worth more to your country in another position? I have many friends who felt that." "No. I don't think it's right of a man to go back on himself. I don't think butchering people ever does any good. I have acted as if I did think it did good. Out of carelessness or cowardice, one or the other. That I think bad." "You mustn't talk that way," said Sheffield hurriedly. "So you're a musician, are you?" He asked the question with a jaunty, confidential air. "I used to play the piano a little, if that's what you mean," said Andrews. "Music has never been the art I had most interest in, But many things have moved me intensely. Debussy and those beautiful little things of Nevin's, you must know them. Poetry has been more my field. When I was young, younger than you are, quite a lad. Oh, if only we could stay young. I am 32. I don't see that youth by itself is worth much. It's the most superb medium there is, though, for other things," said Andrews. "Well, I must go," he said. "If you do hear anything about that university scheme, you will let me know, won't you?" "Indeed I shall, dear boy, indeed I shall." They shook hands in jerky dramatic fashion, and Andrews stumbled down the dark hall to the door. When he stood out in the raw night air again, he drew a deep breath. By the light that streamed out from a window, he looked at his watch. There was time to go to the regimental sergeant major's office before tattoo. At the opposite end of the village street from the YMCA hut was a cube-shaped house, set a little apart from the rest in the middle of a broad lawn, which the constant crossing and recrossing of a staff of cars and trains of motor trucks had turned into a muddy morass in which the wheel tracks criss-crossed in every direction. A narrow boardwalk led from the main road to the door. In the middle of this walk Andrews met a captain and automatically got off into the mud and saluted. The regimental office was a large room that had once been decorated by wan and ill-drawn mural paintings in the manner of Puvis de Chavannes, but the walls had been so chipped and soiled by 5 years of military occupation that they were barely recognizable. Only a few bits of bare flesh and floating drapery showed here and there above the maps and notices that were tacked on the walls. At the end of the room a group of nymphs in Nile green and pastel blue could be seen emerging from under a French War Loan poster. The ceiling was adorned with an oval of flowers and little plaster cupids in low relief, which had also suffered and in places showed the laths. The office was nearly empty. The littered desks and silent typewriters gave a strange air of desolation to the gutted drawing room. Andrews walked boldly to the furthest desk, where a little red card leaning against the typewriter said, "Regimental Sergeant Major." Behind the desk, crouched over a heap of typewritten reports, sat a little man with scanty, sandy hair, who fixed up his eyes and smiled when Andrews approached the desk. "Well, did you fix it up for me?" he asked. "Fix what?" said Andrews. "Oh, I thought you were someone else." The smile left the regimental sergeant major's thin lips. "What do you want?" "Why, regimental sergeant major, can you tell me anything about a scheme to send enlisted men to colleges over here? Can you tell me who to apply to?" "According to what general orders? And who told you to come and see me about it anyway?" "Have you heard anything about it?" "No, nothing definite. I'm busy now anyway. Ask one of your own non-coms to find out about it." He crouched once more over the papers. Andrews was walking towards the door, flushing with annoyance, when he saw that the man at the desk by the window was jerking his head in a peculiar manner, just in the direction of the regimental sergeant major and then towards the door. Andrews smiled at him and nodded. Outside the door, where an orderly sat on a bench reading a torn Saturday Evening Post, Andrews waited. The hall was part of what must have been a ballroom, for it had a much scarred hardwood floor and big spaces of bare plaster framed by gilt and lavender colored moldings, which had probably held tapestries. The partition of unplaned boards that formed other offices cut off the major part of a highly decorated ceiling, where cupids with crimson-daubed bottoms swam in all attitudes in a sea of pink and blue and lavender colored clouds, wreathing themselves coyly in heavy garlands of waxy hothouse flowers, while cornucopias spilling out squishy fruits gave Andrews a feeling of distinct insecurity as he looked up from below. "Say, are you a Kappa Mu?" Andrews looked down suddenly and saw in front of him the man who had signaled to him in the regimental sergeant major's office. "Are you a Kappa Mu?" he asked again. "No, not that I know of," stammered Andrews, puzzled. "What school did you go to?" "Harvard." "Harvard. Guess we haven't got a chapter there. I'm from Northwestern. Anyway, you want to go to school in France here if you can. So do I. Don't you want to come and have a drink?" The man frowned, pulled his overseas cap down over his forehead where the hair grew very low, and looked about him mysteriously. "Yes," he said. They splashed together down the muddy village street. "We've got 13 minutes before tattoo. My name's Walters, what's yours?" He spoke in a low voice in short staccato phrases. "Andrews." "Andrews, you've got to keep this dark. If everybody finds out about it, we're through. It's a shame you're not a Kappa Mu, but college men have got to stick together, that's the way I look at it." "Oh, I'll keep it dark enough," said Andrews. "It's too good to be true. The general order isn't out yet, but I've seen a preliminary circular." "What school do you want to go to?" "Sorbonne, Paris." "That's the stuff. Do you know the back room at Baboon's?" Walters turned suddenly to the left up an alley and broke through a hole in a hawthorn hedge. "A guy's got to keep his eyes and ears open if he wants to get anywhere in this army," he said. As they ducked in the back door of a cottage, Andrews caught a glimpse of a billowy line of a tile roof against the lighter darkness of the sky. They sat down on a bench built into a chimney where a few sticks made a splutter of flames. "Monsieur Désir?" A red-faced girl with a baby in her arms came up to them. "That's Babette. Baboon, I call her," said Walters with a laugh. "Chocolat," said Walters. "That'll suit me all right. It's my treat, remember." "I'm not forgetting it. Now let's get to business. What you do is this. You write an application. I'll make that out for you on the typewriter tomorrow, and you meet me here at 8 tomorrow night, and I'll give it to you. You sign it at once and hand it in to your sergeant, see? This'll just be a preliminary application. When the order's out, you'll have to make another." The woman, this time without the baby, appeared out of the darkness of the room with a candle and two cracked bowls from which steam rose, faint primrose color in the candlelight. Walters drank his bowl down at a gulp, grunted and went on talking. "Give me a cigarette, will you? You'll have to make it out darn soon too, because once the order's out every son of a gun in the division'll be making out to be a college man. How did you get your tip?" "From a fellow in Paris." "You've been to Paris, have you?" said Walters admiringly. "Is it the way they say it is? Gee, these French are immoral. Look at this woman here. She'll sleep with a fellow soon as not. Got a baby too." "But who do the applications go into?" "To the colonel, or whoever he appoints to handle it." "You a Catholic?" "No." "Neither am I. That's the hell of it. The regimental sergeant major is." "Well?" "I guess you haven't noticed the way things run up at divisional headquarters. It's a regular cathedral. Isn't a Mason in it. But I must beat it. Better pretend you don't know me if you meet me on the street, see?" "All right." Walters hurried out of the door. Andrews sat alone, looking at the flutter of little flames about the pile of sticks on the hearth, while he sipped chocolate from the warm bowl held between the palms of both hands. He remembered a speech out of some very bad romantic play he had heard when he was very small. "About your head I fling the curse of Rome." He started to laugh, sliding back and forth on the smooth bench which had been polished by the breeches of generations warming their feet at the fire. The red-faced woman stood with her hands on her hips, looking at him in astonishment while he laughed and laughed. "Mais quelle gaieté! Mais quelle gaieté!" she kept saying. The straw under him rustled faintly with every sleepy movement Andrews made in his blankets. In a minute the bugle was going to blow and he was going to jump out of his blankets, throw on his clothes and fall into line for roll call in the black mud of the village street. It couldn't be that only a month had gone by since he had got back from hospital. No, he had spent a lifetime in this village being dragged out of his warm blankets every morning by the bugle, shivering as he stood in line for roll call, shuffling in a line that moved slowly past the cook shack, shuffling along in another line to throw what was left of his food into garbage cans, to wash his mess kit in the greasy water 100 other men had washed their mess kits in, lining up to drill, to march on along muddy roads, spattered by the endless trains of motor trucks, lining up twice more for mess, and at last being forced by another bugle into his blankets again to sleep heavily, while a smell hung in his nostrils of sweating, woolen clothing and breathed out air and dusty blankets. In a minute the bugle was going to blow to snatch him out of even these miserable thoughts and throw him into an automaton under other men's orders. Childish, spiteful desires surged into his mind. If the bugler would only die. He could picture him, a little man with a broad face and putty-colored cheeks, a small rusty mustache and bow legs, lying like a calf on a marble slab in a butcher's shop on top of his blankets. What nonsense, there were other buglers. He wondered how many buglers there were in the army. He could picture them all, in dirty little villages, in stone barracks, in towns, in great camps that served the country for miles with rows of black warehouses and narrow barrack buildings standing with their feet a little apart, giving their little brass bugles a preliminary tap, before putting out their cheeks and blowing in them and stealing 1.5 million, or was it 2 million or 3 million lives, and throwing the warm sentient bodies into coarse automatons who must be kept busy lest they grow restive, till killing time began again. The bugle blew with the last jaunty notes. A stir went through the barn. Corporal Chrisfield stood on the ladder that led up from the yard, his head on a level with the floor, shouting, "Shake it up, fellas. If a guy's late to roll call, it's KP for a week." As Andrews, while buttoning his tunic, passed him on the ladder, he whispered, "Tell me we're going to see service again, Andy. Army occupation." While he stood stiffly at attention, waiting to answer when the sergeant called his name, Andrews's mind was whirling in crazy circles of anxiety. What if they should leave before the general order came on the university plan? The application would certainly be lost in the confusion of moving the division, and he would be condemned to keep up this life for more dreary weeks and months. Would any years of work and happiness in some future existence make up for the humiliating agony of this servitude? Dismissed! He ran up the ladder to fetch his mess kit, and in a few minutes was in line again in the rutted village street, where the grey houses were just forming outlines as light crept slowly into the leaden sky, while a faint odor of bacon and coffee came to him, making him eager for food, eager to drown his thoughts in the heaviness of swiftly eaten greasy food, and in the warmth of watery coffee gulped down out of a tin-curved cup. He was telling himself desperately that he must do something, that he must make an effort to save himself, that he must fight against the deadening routine that numbed him. Later, while he was sweeping the rough board floor of the company's quarters, the theme came to him which had come to him long ago, in a former incarnation it seemed, when he was smearing windows with soap from a gritty sponge along the endless side of the barracks in the training camp. Time and time again in the past year he had thought of it, and dreamed of weaving it into a fabric of sound which would express the trudging monotony of days bowed under the yoke. Under the yoke, that would be a title for it. He imagined the sharp tap of the conductor's baton, the silence of a crowded hall, the first notes rasping bitterly upon the tense ears of men and women. But as he tried to concentrate his mind on the music, other things intruded upon it, blurred it. He kept feeling the rhythm of the Queen of Sheba slipping from the shoulders of her gaudily caparisoned elephant, advancing towards him through the moonlight, putting her hand, fantastic with rings and long gilded fingernails, upon his shoulders, so that ripples of delight at all the voluptuous images of his desire went through his whole body, making it quiver like a flame with yearning for unimaginable things. It all muddled into fantastic gibberish, into sounds of horns and trombones and double basses blown off key, while a piccolo shrilled the first bars of the Star-Spangled Banner. He stopped sweeping and looked about him dazedly. He was alone. Outside he heard a sharp voice call, "Attention!" He ran down the ladder and fell in at the end of the line under the angry glare of the lieutenant's small eyes, which were placed very close together on either side of a lean nose, black and hard, like the eyes of a crab. The company marched off through the mud to the drill field. After retreat, Andrews knocked at the door at the back of the YMCA, but as there was no reply, he strode off with a long, determined stride to Sheffield's room. In the moment that elapsed between his knock and an answer, he could feel his heart thumping. A little sweat broke out on his temples. "Why, what's the matter, boy? You look all wrought up," said Sheffield, holding the door half open and blocking, with his lean form, entrance to the room. "May I come in? I want to talk to you," said Andrews. "Oh, I suppose it'll be all right. You see, I have an officer with me." Then there was a flutter in Sheffield's voice. "Oh, do come in," he went on with sudden enthusiasm. "Lieutenant Bleezer is fond of music too. Lieutenant, this is the boy I was telling you about. You must get him to play for us. If he had the opportunities, I am sure he'd be a famous musician." Lieutenant Bleezer was a dark youth, with a hooked nose and a pince nez. His tunic was unbuttoned, and he held a cigar in his hand. He smiled, in an evident attempt to put this enlisted man at his ease. "Yes, I'm very fond of music, modern music," he said, leaning against the mantelpiece. "Are you a musician by profession?" "Not exactly." "Nearly." Andrews thrust his hands into the bottoms of his trouser pockets, and looked from one to the other with a certain defiance. "I suppose you've played in some orchestra. How is it you are not in the regimental band?" "No, except the Pirin." "The Pirin? Were you at Harvard?" Andrews nodded. "So was I." "Isn't that a coincidence?" said Sheffield. "I'm so glad I just insisted on your coming in." "What year were you?" said Lieutenant Bleezer, with a faint change of tone, drawing a finger along his scant black mustache. 15. "I haven't graduated yet," said the lieutenant with a laugh. "What I wanted to ask you, Mr. Sheffield..." "Oh, my boy, you know you've known me long enough to call me Spence," broke in Sheffield. "I want to know," went on Andrews, speaking slowly, "can you help me to get put on the list to be sent to the University of Paris? I know that a list has been made out, although the general order has not come yet. I am disliked by most of the non-coms, and I don't see how I can get on without somebody's help. I simply can't go this life any longer." Andrews closed his lips firmly and looked at the ground, his face flushing. "Well, a man of your attainments certainly ought to go," said Lieutenant Bleezer with a faint tremor of hesitation in his voice. "I'm going to Oxford myself." "Trust me, my boy," said Sheffield. "I'll fix it up for you, I promise. Let's shake hands on it." He seized Andrews's hand and pressed it warmly in a moist palm. "If it's within human power, he added. "Well, I must go," said Lieutenant Bleezer, suddenly striding to the door. "I promised the Marquise I'd drop in. Good bye. Take a cigar, won't you?" He held out 3 cigars in the direction of Andrews. "No, thank you." "Oh, don't you think the old aristocracy of France is just too wonderful? Lieutenant Bleezer goes almost every evening to call on the Marquise de Rompemouville. He says she is just too spirituelle for words. He often meets the commanding officer there." Andrews had dropped into a chair and sat with his face buried in his hands, looking through his fingers at the fire, where a few white fingers of flame were clutching intermittently at a grey beech log. His mind was searching desperately for expedients. He got to his feet and shouted shrilly: "I can't go this life any more, do you hear that? No possible future is worth all this. If I can get to Paris, all right. If not, I'll desert and damn the consequences." "But I've already promised I'll do all I can." "Well, do it now," interrupted Andrews brutally. "All right, I'll go and see the colonel and tell him what a great musician you are." "Let's go together now." "But that'll look queer, dear boy." "I don't give a damn. Come along. You can talk to him. You seem to be thick with all the officers." "You must wait till I tidy up," said Sheffield. "All right." Andrews strode up and down in the mud in front of the house, snapping his fingers with impatience, until Sheffield came out. Then they walked off in silence. "Now wait outside a minute," whispered Sheffield when they came to the white house with bare grapevines over the front where the colonel lived. After a wait, Andrews found himself at the door of a brilliantly lighted drawing room. There was a dense smell of cigar smoke. The colonel, an elderly man with a benevolent beard, stood before him with a coffee cup in his hand. Andrews saluted punctiliously. "They tell me you're quite a pianist. Sorry I didn't know it before," said the colonel in a kindly tone. "You want to go to Paris to study under this new scheme?" "Yes, sir. What a shame I didn't know before. The list of the men going is all made out." Of course, perhaps at the last minute, if somebody else doesn't go, your name can go in." The colonel smiled graciously and turned back into the room. "Thank you, Colonel," said Andrews, saluting. Without a word to Sheffield, he strode off down the dark village street towards his quarters. Andrews stood on the broad village street, where the mud was nearly dry, and a wind streaked with warmth ruffled the few puddles. He was looking into the window of the cafe to see if there was anyone he knew inside from whom he could borrow money for a drink. It was 2 months since he had had any pay, and his pockets were empty. The sun had just set on a premature spring afternoon, flooding the sky and the grey houses and the tumultuous tiled roofs with warm violet light. The faint premonition of the stirring of life in the cold earth that came to Andrews with every breath he drew of the sparkling wind stung his dull boredom to fury. It was the 1st of March, he was telling himself over and over again. The 15th of February he had expected to be in Paris, free, or half free, at least able to work. It was the 1st of March, and here he was still helpless, still tied to the monotonous wheel of routine, incapable of any real effort, spending his spare time wandering like a lost dog up and down the muddy street, from the Y.M.C.A. hut at one end of the village to the church and the fountain in the middle, and to the divisional headquarters at the other end, then back again, looking listlessly into windows, staring in people's faces without seeing them. He had given up all hope of being sent to Paris. He had given up thinking about it or about anything. The same dull irritation of despair droned constantly in his head, grinding round and round like a broken phonograph record. After looking a long while in the window of the cafe of the Brave Allié, he walked a little down the street and stood in the same position, staring into the Repos du Poilu, where a large sign, "American Spoken," blocked up half the window. 2 officers passed. His hand snapped up to the salute automatically like a mechanical signal. It was nearly dark. After a while he began to feel serious coolness in the wind, shivered, and started to wander aimlessly down the street. He recognized Walters coming towards him, and was going to pass him without speaking, when Walters bumped into him, muttered in his ear, "Come to Baboons," and hurried off with his swift businesslike stride. Andrews stood irresolutely for a while with his head bent, then went with unresilient steps up the alley, through the hole into the hedge and into Babette's kitchen. There was no fire. He stared morosely at the grey ashes until he heard Walters's voice beside him. "I've got you all fixed up." "What do you mean?" "Mean? Are you asleep, Andrews? They've cut a name off the school list, that's all. Now if you shake a leg and somebody doesn't get in ahead of you, you'll be in Paris before you know it. That's damn decent of you to come and tell me." "Here's your application," said Walters, drawing a paper out of his pocket. "Take it to the colonel. Get him to okay it, and then rush it up to the sergeant major's office yourself. They're making out travel orders now. So long." Walters had vanished. Andrews was alone again, staring at the grey ashes. Suddenly he jumped to his feet and hurried off towards headquarters. In the anteroom to the colonel's office he waited a long while, looking at his boots that were thickly coated with mud. "Those boots will make a bad impression, those boots will make a bad impression," a voice was saying over and over again inside of him. A lieutenant was also waiting to see the colonel, a young man with pink cheeks and a milky white forehead, who held his hat in one hand with a pair of khaki-colored kid gloves, and kept passing a hand over his light, well-brushed hair. Andrews felt dirty and ill-smelling in his badly fitting uniform. The sight of this perfect young man in his whipcord breeches, with his manicured nails and immaculately polished puttees, exasperated him. He would have liked to fight him, to prove that he was the better man, to outwit him, to make him forget his rank and his important air. The lieutenant had gone in to see the colonel. Andrews found himself reading a chart of some sort tacked up on the wall. There were names and dates and figures, but he could not make out what it was about. "All right, go ahead," whispered the orderly to him, and he was standing with his cap in his hand before the colonel, who was looking at him severely, fingering the papers he had on the desk with a heavily veined hand. Andrews saluted. The colonel made an impatient gesture. May I speak to you, Colonel, about the school scheme? I suppose you've got permission from somebody to come to me?" "No, sir." Andrews's mind was struggling to find something to say. "Well, you'd better go and get it." "But, Colonel, there isn't time. The travel orders are being made out at this minute. I've heard that there's been a name crossed out on the list." "Too late." "But, Colonel, you don't know how important it is. I'm a musician by trade. If I can't get into practice again before being demobilized, I shan't be able to get a job. I have a mother and an old aunt dependent on me. My family has seen better days, you see, sir. It's only by being high up in my profession that I can earn enough to give them what they are accustomed to. And a man in your position in the world, Colonel, must know what even a few months of study in Paris mean to a pianist." The Colonel smiled. "Let's see your application," he said. Andrews handed it to him with a trembling hand. The Colonel made a few marks on one corner with a pencil. "Now, if you can get that to the sergeant major in time to have your name included in the orders, well and good." Andrews saluted and hurried out. A sudden feeling of nausea came over him. He was hardly able to control a mad desire to tear the paper up. "The sons of bitches, the sons of bitches," he muttered to himself. Still, he ran all the way to the square, isolated building where the regimental office was. He stood panting in front of the desk that bore the little red card, Regimental Sergeant Major. The regimental sergeant major looked up at him inquiringly. "Here's an application for school at the Sorbonne, Sergeant. Colonel Wilkins told me to run up to you with it. Said he was very anxious to have it go at once." "Too late," said the regimental sergeant major. "But the colonel said it had to go in." "Can't help it." "Too late," said the regimental sergeant major. Andrews felt the room and the men in their olive drab shirt sleeves and the typewriters and the three nymphs creeping from behind the French War Loan poster whirl round his head. Suddenly he heard a voice behind him. "Is the name Andrews? John, Sarge?" "How the hell should I know?" said the regimental sergeant major. "Because I've got it in the orders already. I don't know how it got in." The voice was Walters's voice, staccato and businesslike. "Well, then why do you want to bother me about it? Give me that paper." The regimental sergeant major jerked the paper out of Andrews's hand and looked at it savagely. "All right, you leave tomorrow. A copy of the orders will go to your company in the morning," growled the regimental sergeant major. Andrews looked hard at Walters as he went out, but got no glance in return. When he stood in the air again, disgust surged up within him, bitterer than before. The fury of his humiliation made tears start in his eyes. He walked away from the village down the main road, splashing carelessly through the puddles, slipping in the wet clay of the ditches. Something within him, like the voice of a wounded man swearing, was winding in his head long strings of filthy names. After walking a long while, he stopped suddenly with his fists clenched. It was completely dark. The sky was faintly marbled by a moon behind the clouds. On both sides of the road rose the tall, grey skeletons of poplars. When the sound of his footsteps stopped, he heard a faint lisp of running water. Standing still in the middle of the road, he felt his feelings gradually relax. He said aloud in a low voice several times, "You are a damn fool, John Andrews," and started walking slowly and thoughtfully back to the village. End of section 11. Section 12 of 3 Soldiers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. 3 Soldiers by John Dos Passos. Section 12. 5. Andrews felt an arm put round his shoulder. "I've been looking to hell and gone for you, Andy," said Chrisfield's voice in his ear, jerking him out of the reverie he had walked in. He could feel in his face Chrisfield's breath, heavy with cognac. "I'm going to Paris tomorrow, Chris," said Andrews. "I know it, boy, I know it. That's why I was that right smart to talk to you. You don't want to go to Paris. Why don't you come up to Germany with us? Tell me they live like kings up there." "All right," said Andrews. "Let's go to the back room at Babette's." Chrisfield hung on his shoulder, walking unsteadily beside him. At the hole in the hedge Chrisfield stumbled and nearly pulled them both down. They laughed, and still laughing staggered into the dark kitchen, where they found the red-faced woman with her baby sitting beside the fire with no other light than the flicker of the rare flames that shot up from a little mass of wood embers. The baby started crying shrilly when the two soldiers stamped in. The woman got up and, talking automatically to the baby all the while, went off to get a light and wine. Andrews looked at Chrisfield's face by the firelight. His cheeks had lost the faint childish roundness they had had when Andrews had first talked to him, sweeping up cigarette butts off the walk in front of the barracks at the training camp. "I tell you, boy, you ought to come with us to Germany. Nothing but whores in Paris. The trouble is, Chris, that I don't want to live like a king or a sergeant or a major general. I want to live like John Andrews." "What you gonna do in Paris, Andy?" "Study music. I guess some day I'll go into a movie show and when they turn on the lights, who'll I see but my old friend Andy ragging the scales on the pianner." "Something like that." "How do you like being a corporal, Chris?" "Oh, I don't know." Chrisfield spat on the floor between his feet. "It's funny, ain't it? You and me was right smart friends once. Guess it's being a non-com." Andrews did not answer. Chrisfield sat silent with his eyes on the fire. "Well, I got him. God, it was easy," he said suddenly. "What do you mean?" "I got him, that's all." "You mean?" Chrisfield nodded. In the Oregon forest," he said. Andrews said nothing. He felt suddenly very tired. He thought of the men he had seen in attitudes of death. "I wouldn't have thought it'd been so easy," said Chrisfield. The woman came through the door at the end of the kitchen with a candle in her hand. Chrisfield stopped speaking suddenly. "Tomorrow I'm going to Paris," cried Andrews boisterously. "It's the end of soldiering for me. I bet it'll be some sport in Germany, Andy. Sarge says we'll be going up to what's its name?" "Koblenz." Chrisfield poured a glass of wine out and drank it off, smacking his lips after it and wiping his mouth on the back of his hand. "Do you remember, Andy, we was both of us brushin' cigarette butts at that bloody training camp when we first met up with each other? Considerable water has run under the bridge since then. I reckon we won't meet up again most likely." "Hell, why not?" They were both silent again, staring at the fading embers of the fire. In the dim edge of the candlelight the woman stood with her hands on her hips, looking at them fixedly. "Reckon a fellow wouldn't know what to do with himself if he did get out of the army. Now would he, Andy?" "So long, Chris. I'm beating it," said Andrews in a harsh voice, jumping to his feet. "So long, Andy, old man. I'll pay for the drinks." Chrisfield was beckoning with his hand to the red-faced woman, who advanced slowly through the candlelight. "Thanks, Chris." Andrews strode away from the door. A cold, needle-like rain was falling. He pulled up his coat collar and ran down the muddy village street towards his quarters. 6. In the opposite corner of the compartment, Andrews could see Walters hunched up in an attitude of sleep, with his cap pulled down far over his eyes. His mouth was open and his head wagged with the jolting of the train. The shade over the light plunged the compartment into dark blue obscurity, which made the night sky outside the window and the shapes of trees and houses, evolving and pirouetting as they glided by, seem very near. Andrews felt no desire to sleep. He had sat a long time leaning his head against the frame of the window, looking out at the fleeting shadows and the occasional little red-green lights that darted by, and the glow of the stations that flared for a moment and were lost in dark silhouettes of unlighted houses and skeleton trees and black hillsides. He was thinking how all the epochs in his life seemed to have been marked out by railway rides at night. The jolting rumble of the wheels made the blood go faster through his veins. made him feel acutely the clattering of the train along the gleaming rails, spurning fields and trees and houses, piling up miles and miles between the past and future. The gusts of cold night air when he opened the window, and the faint whiffs of steam and coal gas that tingled in his nostrils, excited him like a smile on a strange face seen for a moment in a crowded street. He did not think of what he had left behind. He was straining his eyes eagerly through the darkness towards the vivid life he was going to live. Boredom and abasement were over. He was free to work and hear music and make friends. He drew deep breaths. Warm waves of vigor seemed flowing constantly from his lungs and throat to his fingertips and down through his body and the muscles of his legs. He looked at his watch. 1. In 6 hours he would be in Paris. For 6 hours he would sit there looking out at the fleeting shadows of the countryside, feeling in his blood the eager throb of the train, rejoicing in every mile the train carried him away from things past. Walters still slept, slipping off the seat, with his mouth open and his overcoat bundled round his head. Andrews looked out of the window, feeling in his nostrils the tingle of steam and coal gas. A phrase out of some translation of the Iliad came to his head. Ambrosial night, night ambrosial unending. But better than sitting round a campfire drinking wine and water and listening to the boastful yarns of long-haired Achaeans was this hustling through the countryside, away from the monotonous whine of past unhappiness, towards joyousness and life. Andrews began to think of the men he had left behind. They were asleep at this time of night, in barns and barracks, or else standing on guard with cold, damp feet, and cold hands which the icy rifle barrel burned when they tended it. He might go far away out of sound of the tramp of marching, away from the smell of overcrowded barracks where men slept in rows like cattle, but he would still be one of them. He would not see an officer pass him without an unconscious movement of servility. He would not hear a bugle without feeling sick with hatred. If he could only express these thwarted lives, the miserable dullness of industrialized slaughter, it might have been almost worthwhile. For him. For the others it would never be worthwhile. "But you're talking as if you were out of the woods. You're a soldier still, John Andrews." The words formed themselves in his mind as vividly as if he had spoken them. He smiled bitterly and settled himself again to watch silhouettes of trees and hedges and houses and hillsides fleeing against the dark sky. When he awoke, the sky was grey. The train was moving slowly, clattering loudly over switches, through a town of wet slate roofs that rose in fantastic patterns of shadow above the blue mist. Walters was smoking a cigarette. "God, these French trains are rotten," he said when he noticed that Andrews was awake. "The most inefficient country I ever was in, anyway." "Inefficiency be damned," broke in Andrews, jumping up and stretching himself. He opened the window. "The heating's too damned efficient. I think we're near Paris." The cold air, with a flavor of mist in it, poured into the stuffy compartment. Every breath was joy. Andrews felt a crazy buoyancy bubbling up in him. The rumbling clatter of the train wheels sang in his ears. He threw himself on his back on the dusty blue seat and kicked his heels in the air like a colt. "Liven up, for God's sake, man," he shouted. "We're getting near Paris." "We are lucky bastards," said Walters, grinning, with the cigarette hanging out of the corner of his mouth. "I'm going to see if I can find the rest of the gang." Andrews, alone in his compartment, found himself singing at the top of his lungs. As the day brightened, the mist lifted off the flat linden green fields intersected by rows of leafless poplars. Salmon-colored houses with blue roofs wore already a faintly citified air. They passed brick kilns and clay quarries, with reddish puddles of water in the bottom of them, crossed a jade-green river where a long file of canal boats with bright paint on their prows moved slowly. The engine whistled shrilly. They clattered through a small freight yard, and rows of suburban houses began to form, at first chaotically in broad patches of garden land, and then in orderly ranks with streets between them and shops at the corners. A dark grey dripping wall rose up suddenly and blotted out the view. The train slowed down and went through several stations crowded with people on their way to work. Ordinary people in varied clothes, with only here and there a blue or khaki uniform. Then there was more dark grey wall, and the obscurity of wide bridges under which dusty oil lamps burned orange and red, making a gleam on the wet wall above them, and where the wheels clanged loudly. More freight yards, and the train pulled slowly past other trains full of faces and silhouettes of people, to stop with a jerk in a station. And Andrews was standing on the grey cement platform, sniffing smells of lumber and merchandise and steam. His ungainly pack and blanket roll he carried on his shoulder like a cross. He had left his rifle and cartridge belt carefully tucked out of sight under the seat. Walters and 5 other men straggled along the platform towards him, carrying or dragging their packs. There was a look of apprehension on Walters's face. "Well, what do we do now?" he said. "Do!" cried Andrews, and burst out laughing. Prostrate bodies, in olive drab, hid the patch of tender green grass by the roadside. The company was resting. Chrisfield sat on a stump morosely whittling at a stick with a pocket knife. Judkins was stretched out beside him. "What the hell do they make us do this damn hikin' for, Corp?" "Guess they're skeered we'll forget how to walk." "Well, ain't it better than loafin' around your billets all day, thinkin' and cursin' and wishin' you was home?" spoke up the man who sat the other side, pounding down the tobacco in his pipe with a thick forefinger. "It makes me sick, trampin' round this way in ranks all day with the goddam frogs starin' at us and..." "They're laughin' at us, I bet," broke in another voice. "We'll be movin' soon to the army occupation," said Chrisfield cheerfully. "In Germany it'll be a reglar picnic." "And d'you know what that means?" burst out Judkins, sitting bolt upright. "D'you know how long the troops is goin' to stay in Germany? 15 years. God, they couldn't keep us there that long, man. They can do anythin' they goddam please with us. We're the guys as is gettin' the raw end of this deal. It ain't the same with an edicated guy like Andrews or Sergeant Coffin or them. They can suck around after Y-men and officers and get on the inside track, and all we can do is stand up and salute and say 'Yes, Lieutenant,' or 'No, Lieutenant,' and let 'em ride us all they goddam please. Ain't that the gospel truth, Corporal?" "I guess you're right, Judkie. We gets the raw end of the stick." "That damn yeller dawg Andrews goes to Paris and gets schoolin' for free and all that." "Hell, Andy warn't yeller, Judkins." "Well, why did he go belly achin' around all the time like he knew more'n the lieutenant did?" "I reckon he did," said Chrisfield. "Anyway, you can't say that those guys who went to Paris did a goddam thing more'n any of the rest of us did. God, I ain't even had a leave yet." "Well, it ain't no use crabbin'." "No, once we get home and folks know the way we've been treated, there'll be a great ol' investigation, I can tell you that," said one of the new men. "It makes you mad, though, to have somethin' like that put over on you. Think of them guys in Paris havin' a hell of a time with wine and women, and we stay out here and clean our guns and drill. God, I'd like to get even with some of them guys." The whistle blew. The patch of grass became unbroken green again as the men lined up along the side of the road. "Fall in," called the sergeant. "Attention! Right dress! Front! God, you guys haven't got no snap in you. Stick your belly in, you. You know better than to stand like that. Squads right! March! Hep, hep, hep!" The company tramped off along the muddy road. Their steps were all the same length. Their arms swung in the same rhythm. Their faces were cowed into the same expression. Their thoughts were the same. The tramp, tramp of their steps died away along the road. Birds were sitting among the budding trees. The young grass by the roadside kept the marks of the soldiers' bodies. Part 5. The World Outside. 1. Andrews and 6 other men from his division sat at a table outside the cafe opposite the Gare de l'Est. He leaned back in his chair with a cup of coffee lifted, looking across it at the stone houses with many balconies. Steam, scented of milk and coffee, rose from the cup as he sipped it. His ears were full of a rumble of traffic and a clacking of heels as people walked briskly by along the damp pavements. For a while he did not hear what the men he was sitting with were saying. They talked and laughed, but he looked beyond their khaki uniforms and their boat-shaped hats unconsciously. He was taken up with the smell of the coffee and of the mist. A little rusty sunshine shone on the table of the cafe and on the thin varnish of wet mud that covered the asphalt pavement. Looking down the avenue, away from the station, the houses, dark grey tending to greenish in the shadow and to violet in the sun, faded into a soft haze of distance. Dull gilt lettering glittered along black balconies. In the foreground were men and women walking briskly, their cheeks whipped a little into color by the rawness of the morning. The sky was a faintly roseate grey. Walters was speaking. "The first thing I want to see is the Eiffel Tower." "Why do you want to see that?" said the small sergeant with a black mustache and rings round his eyes like a monkey. "Why, man, don't you know that everything begins from the Eiffel Tower? If it weren't for the Eiffel Tower there wouldn't be any skyscrapers." "Well, how about the Flatiron Building and the Brooklyn Bridge? They were built before the Eiffel Tower, weren't they?" interrupted the man from New York. "The Eiffel Tower is the first piece of complete girder construction in the whole world," reiterated Walters dogmatically. "First thing I'm going to do's go to the Folies Bergères. Me for the W.W.'s." "Better lay off the wild women, Bill," said Walters. "I ain't goin' to look at a woman," said the sergeant with the black mustache. "I guess I seen enough women in my time anyway. The war's over anyway." "You just wait, kid, till you fasten your lamps on a real Parisienne," said a burly, unshaven man with a corporal's stripes on his arm, roaring with laughter. Andrews lost track of the talk again, staring dreamily through half-closed eyes down the long straight street, where greens and violets and browns merged into a bluish grey monochrome at a little distance. He wanted to be alone, to wander at random through the city, to stare dreamily at people and things, to talk by chance to men and women, to sink his life into the misty sparkling life of the streets. The smell of the mist brought a memory to his mind. For a long while he groped for it, until suddenly he remembered his dinner with Henslowe and the faces of the boy and girl he had talked to on the boot. He must find Henslowe at once. A second's fierce resentment went through him against all these people about him. Christ! He must get away from them all. His freedom had been hard enough won, he must enjoy it to the uttermost. "Say, I'm going to stick to you, Andy," Walters's voice broke into his reverie. "I'm going to appoint you the Corps of Interpreters." Andrews laughed. "Do you know the way to the school headquarters?" "The RTO said take the subway." "I'm going to walk," said Andrews. "You'll get lost, won't you?" "No danger, worse luck," said Andrews, getting to his feet. "I'll see you fellas at the school headquarters, whatever those are. So long." "Say, Andy, I'll wait for you there," Walters called after him. Andrews darted down a side street. He could hardly keep from shouting aloud when he found himself alone, free, with days and days ahead of him to work and think, gradually to rid his limbs of the stiff attitudes of the automaton. The smell of the streets and the mist, indefinably poignant, rose like incense smoke in fantastic spirals through his brain, making him hungry and dazzled, making his arms and legs feel lithe and as ready for delight as a crouching cat for a spring. His heavy shoes beat out a dance as they clattered on the wet pavements under his springy steps. He was walking very fast, stopping suddenly now and then to look at the greens and oranges and crimsons of vegetables in a push cart, to catch a vista down intricate streets, to look into the rich brown obscurity of a small wine shop where a workman stood at the counter sipping white wine. Oval, delicate faces, bearded faces of men, slightly gaunt faces of young women, red cheeks of boys, wrinkled faces of old women, whose ugliness seemed to have hidden in it, stirringly, all the beauty of youth and the tragedy of lives that had been lived. The faces of the people he passed moved him like rhythms of an orchestra. After much walking, turning always down the street which looked pleasantest, he came to an oval with a statue of a pompous personage on a ramping horse. Place des Victoires, he read the name, which gave him a faint tinge of amusement. He looked quizzically at the heroic features of the Sun King and walked off laughing. I suppose they did it better in those days, the grand manner, he muttered. And his delight redoubled in rubbing shoulders with the people whose effigies would never appear astride ramping-eared horses in squares built to commemorate victories. He came out on a broad, straight avenue, where there were many American officers he had to salute, and M.P.s and shops with wide plate-glass windows full of objects that had a shiny, expensive look. Another case of victories, he thought, as he went off into a side street, taking with him a glimpse of the bluish-grey pile of the Opera, with its pompous windows and its naked bronze ladies holding lamps. He was in a narrow street full of hotels and fashionable barber shops, from which came an odor of cosmopolitan perfumery, of casinos and balloons and diplomatic receptions, when he noticed an American officer coming towards him, reeling a little. A tall, elderly man with a red face and a bottle nose. He saluted. The officer stopped still, swaying from side to side, and said in a whining voice: "Shawnee, do you know where Henry's bar is?" "No, I don't, Major," said Andrews, who felt himself enveloped in an odor of cocktails. "You'll help me to find it, Shawnee, won't you? It's dreadful not to be able to find it. I've got to meet Lieutenant Travers in Henry's bar." The major steadied himself by putting a hand on Andrews's shoulder. A civilian passed them. "Dis donc," shouted the major after him. "Dis donc, mon cher, où est Henry's bar?" The men walked on without answering. "Now isn't that just like a frog not to understand his own language?" said the major. "But there's Henry's bar, right across the street," said Andrews suddenly. "Bon, bon," said the major. They crossed the street and went in. At the bar the major, still clinging to Andrews' shoulder, whispered in his ear: "I'm AWOL, she? Whole damn air service is AWOL. Have a drink with me. You enlisted, man? Nobody cares here. War's over, sonny. Democracy is shafe for the world." Andrews was just raising a champagne cocktail to his lips, looking with amusement at the crowd of American officers and civilians who crowded into the small mahogany barroom, when a voice behind him drawled out: "I'll be damned." Andrews turned and saw Henslow's brown face and small silky mustache. He abandoned his major to his fate. "God, I'm glad to see you. I was afraid you hadn't been able to work it out," said Henslowe slowly, stuttering a little. "I am crazy. I'm about crazy, Henny, with delight. I just got in a couple of hours ago." Laughing, interrupting each other, they chattered in broken sentences. "But how in the name of everything did you get here?" "With the major?" said Andrews, laughing. "What the devil?" "Yes, that major," whispered Andrews in his friend's ear. "Rather the worse for wear. Asked me to lead him to Henry's bar and just fed me a cocktail in the memory of Democracy, late defunct." "But what are you doing here? It's not exactly exotic." "I came to see a man who was going to tell me how I could get to Roumania with the Red Cross. But that can wait. Let's get out of here. God, I was afraid you hadn't made it." "I had to crawl on my belly and lick people's boots to do it. God, it was low. But here I am." They were out on the street again, walking and gesticulating. "But Libertad, Libertad, allons, ma femme," as Walt Whitman would have said, shouted Andrews. "But it's one grand and glorious feeling. I've been here 3 days. My section's gone home, God bless them." "But what do you have to do?" "Do? Nothing," cried Henslowe. "Not a blooming bloody goddamn thing. In fact, it's no use trying. The whole thing is such a mess you couldn't do anything if you wanted to. I want to go and talk to people at the Schola Cantorum." "There'll be time for that. You'll never make anything out of music if you get serious minded about it." Then, last but not least, I've got to get some money from somewhere." "Now you're talking." Henslowe pulled a burnt leather pocketbook out of the inside of his tunic. "Monaco," he said, tapping the pocketbook, which was engraved with a pattern of dull red flowers. He pursed his lips and pulled out some 100-franc notes, which he pushed into Andrews's hand. "Give me one of them," said Andrews. "All or none. They last about 5 minutes each." "But it's so damn much to pay back." "Pay it back, heavens! Here, take it and stop your talking. I probably won't have it again, so you'd better make hay this time. I warn you, it'll be spent by the end of the week." "All right. I'm dead with hunger. Let's go sit down on the boulevard and think about where we'll have lunch to celebrate Miss Libertad. But let's not call her that. Sounds like Liverpool, Andy, a horrid place." "How about Freiheit?" said Andrews as they sat down in basket chairs in the reddish yellow sunlight. "Treasonable. Off with your head." "But think of it, man," said Andrews. "The butchery's over, and you and I and everybody else will soon be human beings again. Human. All too human." "No more than 18 wars going," muttered Henslowe. "I haven't seen any papers for an age. How do you mean?" "People are fighting to beat the cats everywhere except on the Western Front," said Henslowe. "But that's where I come in. The Red Cross sends supply trains to keep them at it. I'm going to Russia if I can work it." "But how about the Sorbonne?" "Oh, the Sorbonne can go to Ballyhack." "But Henny, I'm going to croak on your hands if you don't take me somewhere to get some food." "Do you want a solemn place with red plush or with salmon pink brocade?" "Why have a solemn place at all?" "Because solemnity and good food go together. It's only a religious restaurant that has a proper devotion to the belly." "Oh, I know. We'll go over to Brooklyn." "Where?" "To the Rive Gauche. I know a man who insists on calling it Brooklyn. Awfully funny man. Never been sober in his life. You must meet him." "Oh, I want to. It's a dog's age since I met anyone new, except you. I can't live without having a variegated crowd about, can you?" "You've got that right on this boulevard. Serbs, French, English, Americans, Australians, Romanians, Czecho Slovaks. God, is there any uniform that isn't here? I tell you, Andy, the war's been a great thing for the people who knew how to take advantage of it. Just look at their puttees." "I guess they'll know how to make a good thing of the peace, too." "Oh, that's going to be the best yet. Come along. Let's be little devils and take a taxi." This certainly is the main street of Cosmopolis. They threaded their way through the crowd, full of uniforms and glitter and bright colors that moved in two streams, up and down the wide sidewalk between the cafes and the boles of the bare trees. They climbed into a taxi and lurched fast through the streets where, in the misty sunlight, grey-green and grey-violet mingled with blues and pale lights as the colors mingle in a pigeon's breast feathers. They passed the leafless gardens of the Tuileries on one side, and the great inner courts of the Louvre with their purple mansard roofs and their high chimneys on the other, and saw for a second the river, dull jade green, and the plane trees splotched with brown and cream color along the quai, before they were lost in the narrow brownish grey streets of the old quarters. "This is Paris. That was Cosmopolis," said Henslowe. "I'm not particular just at present," cried Andrews gaily. The square in front of the Odeon was a splash of white, and the colonnade a blur of darkness as the cab swerved round the corner and along the edge of the Luxembourg, where, through the black iron fence, many brown and reddish colors in the intricate patterns of leafless twigs opened here and there on statues and balustrades, and vistas of misty distances. The cab stopped with a jerk. "This is the Place des Medicis," said Henslowe. At the end of a slanting street looking very flat through the haze was the dome of the Pantheon. In the middle of the square between the yellow trams and the green low buses was a quiet pool, where the shadow of horizontals of the house fronts was reflected. They sat beside the window, looking out at the square. Henslowe ordered: "Remember how sentimental history books used to talk about prisoners who were let out after years in dungeons not being able to stand it and going back to their cells? Do you like Saulmoniere?" "Anything, or rather everything. But take it from me, that's all rubbish. Honestly, I don't think I've ever been happier in my life. Do you know, Henslowe, there's something in you that is afraid to be happy. Oh, don't be morbid. There's only one real evil in the world, being somewhere without being able to get away. I ordered beer. This is the only place in Paris where it's fit to drink. And I'm going to every bloomin' concert. Colin Lamoureux on Sunday, I know that. The only evil in the world is not being able to hear music or make it. These oysters are fit for Lucullus. Why not say fit for John Andrews and Bob Henslowe, damn it? Why the ghosts of poor old dead Romans should be dragged in every time a man eats an oyster, I don't see. We're as fine specimens as they were. I swear I shan't let any old turned to clay Lucullus outlive me, even if I've never eaten a lamprey." "And why should you eat a lamp chimney, Bob?" came a hoarse voice beside them. Andrews looked up into the round white face with large grey eyes hidden behind thick steel-rimmed spectacles. Except for the eyes, the face had a vaguely Chinese air. "Hello, Heinz." "Mr. Andrews, Mr. Heineman," said Henslowe. "Glad to meet you," said Heineman in a jovially hoarse voice. "You guys seem to be overeating, to reckon by the way things are piled up on the table." Through the hoarseness, Andrews could detect a faint Yankee twang in Heineman's voice. "You'd better sit down and help us," said Henslowe. "Sure. Do you know my name for this guy?" He turned to Andrews. "Sinbad. Sinbad was bad in Tokyo and Rome, and bad in Trinidad, and twice as bad at home." He sang the words loudly, waving a breadstick to keep time. "Shut up, Heinz, or you'll get us run out of here the way you got us run out of the Olympia that night." They both laughed. "And do you remember Monsieur Le Guy with his coat?" "Do I? God!" They laughed till the tears ran down their cheeks. Heineman took off his glasses and wiped them. He turned to Andrews. "Oh, Paris is the best yet. First absurdity, the Peace Conference and its 999 branches. Second absurdity, spies. Third, American officers AWOL. Fourth, the Seven Sisters sworn to slay." He broke out laughing again, his chunky body rolling about on the chair. "What are they?" "Three of them have sworn to slay Sinbad, and four of them have sworn to slay me. But that's too complicated to tell at lunchtime. Eighth, there are the Lady Relievers, Sinbad's specialty. Ninth, there's Sinbad—" "Oh, shut up, Heinz, you're getting me maudlin," spluttered Henslowe. "Oh, Sinbad was in bad all around," chanted Heineman. "But no one's given me anything to drink," he said suddenly in a petulant voice. "Garçon, une bouteille de Macon pour un cadet de Gascogne." "Oh, what's next? It ends with Vergogne. You've seen the play, haven't you? Greatest play going. Seen it twice sober and 7 other times." "Cyrano de Bergerac?" "Ah, that's it. Nous sommes les cadets de Gascogne, rhymes with Ivron and sans Vergogne. You see, I work in the Red Cross. You know, Sinbad, old Peterson's a brick. I'm supposed to be taking photographs of tubercular children at this minute." The noblest of my professions is that of artistic photographer. Borrowed the photographs from the Ricketts man. So I have nothing to do for 3 months and 500 francs traveling expenses. Oh, children, my only prayer is, give us this day our red workers' permit and the Red Cross does the rest." Heineman laughed till the glasses rang on the table. He took off his glasses and wiped them with a rueful air. "So now I call the Red Cross the Cadets," cried Heineman, his voice a thin shriek from laughter. Andrews was drinking his coffee in little sips, looking out the window at the people that passed. An old woman with a stand of flowers sat on a small cane chair at the corner. The pink and yellow and blue violet shades of the flowers seemed to intensify the misty straw color and azured grey of the wintry sun and shadow of the streets. A girl in a tight-fitting black dress and black hat stopped at the stand to buy a bunch of pale yellow daisies, and then walked slowly past the window of the restaurant in the direction of the gardens. Her ivory face and slender body and her very dark eyes sent a sudden flush through Andrews's whole frame as he looked at her. The black erect figure disappeared in the gate of the gardens. Andrews got to his feet suddenly. "I have to go," he said in a strange voice. "I just remember a man was waiting for me at the school headquarters." "Let him wait." "Why, you haven't had a liqueur yet," cried Heineman. "No. But where can I meet you people later? Café de Rohan at 5, opposite the Palais Royal?" "You'll never find it." "Yes, I will," said Andrews. "Palais Royal metro station," they shouted after him as he dashed out of the door. He hurried into the gardens. Many people sat on benches in the frail sunlight. Children in bright colored clothes ran about chasing hoops. A woman paraded a bunch of toy balloons in carmine and green and purple, like a huge bunch of parti-colored grapes inverted above her head. Andrews walked up and down the alleys, scanning faces. The girl had disappeared. He leaned against a grey balustrade and looked down into the empty pond where traces of the explosion of a Bertha still subsisted. He was telling himself that he was a fool, that even if he had found her, he could not have spoken to her. Just because he was free for a day or two from the army, he needn't think that the age of gold had come back to earth. Smiling at the thought, he walked across the gardens, wandered through some streets of old houses in grey and white stucco with slate mansard roofs and faint complications of chimney pots, till he came out in front of a church with a new classic facade of huge columns that seemed toppling by their own weight. He asked a woman selling newspapers what the church's name was. "Mais monsieur, c'est Sans Sulpice," said the woman in a surprised tone. Sans Sulpice. Manon's songs came to his head, and the sentimental melancholy of 18th century Paris, with its gambling houses in the Palais Royal, where people dishonored themselves in the presence of their stern Cottonian fathers, and its billets doux written at little gilt tables, and its coaches lumbering in covered with mud from the provinces through the Porte d'Orléans and the Porte de Versailles. The Paris of Diderot and Voltaire and Jean-Jacques, with its muddy streets and its ordinaries where one ate bisques and larded pullets and souffles. A Paris full of muddy gilt magnificence, full of pompous ennui of the past and insane hope of the future. He walked down a narrow, smoky street, full of antique shops and old bookshops, and came out unexpectedly on the river opposite the statue of Voltaire. The name on the corner was Quai Malaquais. Andrews crossed and looked down for a long time at the river. Opposite, behind a lacework of leafless trees, were the purplish roofs of the Louvre, with their high peaks and their ranks and ranks of chimneys. Behind him the old houses of the quai, and the wing, topped by a balustrade with great stone urns, of a domed building of which he did not know the name. Barges were coming upstream, the dense green water spuming under their blunt bows, towed by a little black tugboat with its chimney bent back to pass under the bridges. The tug gave a thin, shrill whistle. Andrews started walking downstream. He crossed by the bridge at the corner of the Louvre, turned his back on the arch Napoleon had built to receive the famous horses from St. Mark's, a pinkish pastry-like affair, and walked through the Tuileries, which were full of people strolling about or sitting in the sun, of doll-like children and nursemaids with elaborate white caps, of fluffy little dogs straining at the ends of leashes. Suddenly a peaceful sleepiness came over him. He sat down in the sun on a bench, watching, hardly seeing them, the people who passed to and fro casting long shadows. Voices and laughter came very softly to his ears above the distant stridency of the traffic. From far away he heard for a few moments notes of a military band playing a march. The shadows of the trees were faint blue-grey in the ruddy yellow gravel. Shadows of people kept passing and repassing across them. He felt very languid and happy. Suddenly he started up. He had been dozing. He asked an old man with a beautifully pointed white beard the way to Rue du Faubourg Saint-Honoré. After losing his way a couple of times, he walked listlessly up some marble steps where a great many men in khaki were talking. Leaning against the doorpost was Walters. As he drew near, Andrews heard him saying to the man next to him: "Why, the Eiffel Tower was the first piece of complete girder construction ever built. That's the first thing a fellow who's wide awake ought to see." "Tell me the Opry's the grandest thing to look at," said the man next it. "If there's wine and women there, me for it. And don't forget the song." "But that isn't interesting like the Eiffel Tower is," persisted Walters. "Say, Walters, I hope you haven't been waiting for me," stammered Andrews. "No, I've been waiting in line to see the guy about courses. I want to start this thing right. I guess I'll see them tomorrow," said Andrews. "Say, have you done anything about a room, Andy? Let's you and me be bunkies." "All right. But maybe you don't want a room where I do, Walters." "Where's that? In the Latin Quarter? You bet. I want to see some French life while I'm about it." "Well, it's too late to get a room today." "I'm going to the Y tonight anyway." "I'll get a fellow I know to put me up. Then tomorrow we'll see." "Well, so long," said Andrews, moving away. "Wait, I'm coming with you. We'll walk around town together." "All right," said Andrews. The rabbit was rather formless, very fluffy, and had a glance of madness in its pink eye with a black center. It hopped like a sparrow along the pavement, emitting a rubber tube from its back which went up to a bulb in a man's hand, which the man pressed to make the rabbit hop. Yet the rabbit had an air of organic completeness. Andrews laughed inordinately when he first saw it. The vendor, who had a basketful of other such rabbits on his arm, saw Andrews laughing and drew timidly near to the table. He had a pink face with little sensitive lips rather like a real rabbit's, and large frightened eyes of a wan brown. "Do you make them yourself?" asked Andrews, smiling. The man dropped his rabbit on the table with a negligent air. "Oh, oui, monsieur, d'après la nature." He made the rabbit turn a somersault by suddenly pressing the bulb hard. Andrews laughed and the rabbit man laughed. "Think of a big strong man making his living that way," said Walters, disgusted. "I do it all, de matière première au profit de l'accapareur," said the rabbit man. "Hello, Andy. Late as hell. I'm sorry," said Henslowe, dropping down into a chair beside them. Andrews introduced Walters. The rabbit man took off his hat, bowed to the company, and went off, making the rabbit hop before him along the edge of the curbstone. "What's happened to Heineman?" "Here he comes now," said Henslowe. An open cab had driven up to the curb in front of the cafe. In it sat Heineman, with a broad grin on his face, and beside him a woman in a salmon-colored dress, ermine furs, and an emerald green hat. The cab drove off, and Heineman, still grinning, walked up to the table. "Where's the lion cub?" asked Henslowe. They say it's got pneumonia. Mr. Heineman? Mr. Walters." The grin left Heineman's face. He said, "How do you do?" curtly, cast a furious glance at Andrews, and settled himself in a chair. The sun had set. The sky was full of lilac and bright purple and carmine. Among the deep blue shadows lights were coming on, primrose-colored street lamps, violet arc lamps, ruddy sheets of light poured out of shop windows. "Let's go inside, I'm cold as hell," said Heineman crossly, and they filed in through the revolving door, followed by a waiter with their drinks. "I've been in the Red Cross all afternoon, Andy. I think I am going to work that Roumania business. Want to come?" said Henslowe in Andrews's ear. "If I can get hold of a piano and some lessons and the concerts keep up, you won't be able to keep me away from Paris with wild horses." "No, sir, I want to see what Paris is like. It's going to my head so, it'll be weeks before I know what I think about it." "Don't think about it. Drink," growled Heineman, scowling savagely. "That's two things I'm going to keep away from in Paris, drink and women, and you can't have one without the other," said Walters. "True enough, you sure do need them both," said Heineman. Andrews was not listening to their talk. Twirling the stem of his glass of vermouth in his fingers, he was thinking of the Queen of Sheba slipping down from the shoulders of her elephant, glistening fantastically with jewels in the light of crackling, resinous torches. Music was seeping up through his mind as the water seeps into a hole in the sand of the seashore. He could feel all through his body the tension of rhythms and phrases taking form, not quite to be seized as yet, still hovering on the borderland of consciousness. From the girl at the crossroads singing under her street lamp, to the patrician pulling roses to pieces from the height of her litter. All the imaginings of your desire. He thought of the girl with skin like old ivory that he had seen in the Place des Medicis. The Queen of Sheba's face was like that now in his imaginings, quiet and inscrutable. A sudden cymbal clanging of joy made his heart thump hard. He was free now of the imaginings of his desire, to loll all day at cafe tables watching the tables move in changing patterns before him, to fill his mind and body with the reverberation of all the rhythms of men and women moving in the frieze of life before his eyes. No more like wooden automatons knowing only the motions of the drill manual, but supple and varied, full of force and tragedy. "For heaven's sake, let's beat it from here. Gives me a pain, this place does." Heineman beat his fist on the table. "All right," said Andrews, getting up with a yawn. Henslowe and Andrews walked off, leaving Walters to follow them with Heineman. "We're going to dine at Le Rat qui Danse," said Henslowe. "An awfully funny place." "We just have time to walk there comfortably with an appetite." They followed the long dimly lighted Rue de Richelieu to the Boulevard, where they drifted a little while with the crowd. The glaring lights seemed to powder the air with gold. Cafes and the tables outside were crowded. There was an odor of vermouth and coffee and perfume and cigarette smoke, mixed with the fumes of burnt gasoline from taxicabs. "Isn't this mad?" said Andrews. "It's always carnival at 7 on the Grand Boulevard." They started climbing the steep streets to Montmartre. At the corner they passed a hard-faced girl with rouge-smeared lips and over-powdered cheeks, laughing on the arm of an American soldier who had a sallow face and dull green eyes that glittered in the slanting light of a street lamp. "Hello, Stein," said Andrews. "Who's that?" "A fellow from our division. Got here with me this morning." "He's got curious lips for a Jew," said Henslowe. At the fork of two slanting streets they went into a restaurant that had small windows pasted over with red paper, through which the light came dimly. Inside were crowded oak tables and oak wainscoting with a shelf round the top, on which were shell cans, a couple of skulls, several cracked majolica plates, and a number of stuffed rats. The only people there were a fat woman and a man with long grey hair and a beard who sat talking earnestly over two small glasses in the center of the room. A husky-looking waitress with a Dutch cap and apron hovered near the inner door, from which came a great smell of fish frying in olive oil. "The cook's here from Marseilles," said Henslowe as they settled themselves at a table for four. "I wonder if the rest of them lost the way," said Andrews. "More likely old Heinz stopped to have a drink," said Henslowe. "Let's have some hors d'oeuvre while we are waiting." The waitress brought a collection of boat-shaped plates of red salads and yellow salads and green salads, and two little wooden tubs with herrings and anchovies. Henslowe stopped her as she was going, saying, "Rien de plus?" The waitress contemplated the array with a tragic air, her arms folded over her ample bosom. "Que voulez-vous, monsieur? C'est l'armistice." "The greatest fake about all this war business is the peace. I tell you, not till the hors d'oeuvre has been restored to its proper abundance and variety will I admit that the war is over." The waitress tittered. "Things aren't what they used to be," she said, going back into the kitchen. Heineman burst into the restaurant at that moment, slamming the door behind him so that the glass rang, and the fat woman and the hairy man started violently in their chairs. He tumbled into a place, grinning broadly. "And what have you done to Walters?" Heineman wiped his glasses meticulously. "Oh, he died of drinking raspberry shrub," he said. "Dis donc petit vin de Bourgogne," he shouted towards the waitress in his nasal French. Then he added, "Le Guy is coming in a minute. I just met him." The restaurant was gradually filling up with men and women of very various costumes, with a good sprinkling of Americans in uniform and out. "God, I hate people who don't drink," cried Heineman, pouring out wine. "A man who doesn't drink just cumbers the earth." "How are you going to take it in America when they have prohibition?" "Oh, don't talk about it. Here's Le Guy. I wouldn't have him know I belong to a nation that prohibits good liquor. Monsieur Le Guy, Monsieur Henslowe, and Monsieur Andrews," he continued, getting up ceremoniously. A little man with twirled mustaches and a small Van Dyke beard sat down at the fourth place. He had a faintly red nose and little twinkling eyes. "How glad I am," he said, exposing his starched cuffs with a curious gesture, "to have someone to dine with. When one begins to get old, loneliness is impossible. It is only youth that dares think. Afterwards one has only one thing to think about: old age." "There's always work," said Andrews. "Slavery. Any work is slavery. What is the use of freeing your intellect if you sell yourself again to the first bidder?" "Rot," said Heineman, pouring out from a new bottle. Andrews had begun to notice the girl who sat at the next table, in front of a pale young soldier in French blue, who resembled her extraordinarily. She had high cheekbones and a forehead in which the modeling of the skull showed through the transparent, faintly olive skin. Her heavy chestnut hair was coiled carelessly at the back of her head. She spoke very carefully and pressed her lips together when she smiled. She ate quickly and neatly like a cat. The restaurant had gradually filled up with people. The waitress and the patron, a faint man with a wide red sash coiled tightly round his waist, moved with difficulty among the crowded tables. A woman at a table in the corner, with white dead skin and drugged staring eyes, kept laughing hoarsely, leaning her head in a hat with bedraggled white plumes against the wall. There was a constant jingle of plates and glasses, and an oily fume of food and women's clothes and wine. "Do you want to know what I really did with your friend?" said Heineman, leaning towards Andrews. "I hope you didn't push him into the Seine." "It was damn impolite, but hell, it was damn impolite of him not to drink. No use wasting time with a man who don't drink. I took him into a cafe and asked him to wait while I telephoned. I guess he's still waiting. One of the whoriest cafes on the whole boulevard Clichy." Heineman laughed uproariously and started explaining it in his nasal French to Monsieur Le Guy. Andrews flushed with annoyance for a moment, but soon started laughing. Heinemann had started singing again. Oh, Sinbad was in bad in Tokyo and Rome, in bad in Trinidad, and twice as bad at home. Oh, Sinbad was in bad all around. Everybody clapped. The white-faced woman in the corner cried, "Bravo! Bravo!" in a shrill nightmare voice. Heinemann bowed, his big, grinning face bobbing up and down like the face of a Chinese figure in porcelain. "Lui est Sinbad," he cried, pointing with a wide gesture towards Henslowe. "Give 'em some more, Heinz, give them some more," said Henslowe, laughing. Big brunettes with long stilettes on the shores of Italy, Dutch girls with golden curls beside the Zuyder Zee. Everyone cheered again. Andrews kept looking at the girl at the next table, whose face was red from laughter. "Oh, qu'il est drôle, celui-là! Oh, qu'il est drôle!" Heinemann picked up a glass and waved it in the air before drinking it off. Several people got up and filled it from their bottles with white wine and red. The French soldier at the next table pulled an army canteen from under his chair and hung it round Heinemann's neck. Heinemann, his face crimson, bowed to all sides, more like a Chinese porcelain figure than ever, and started singing in all solemnity this time. Hulas and hulas would pucker up their lips, he fell for their ball-bearing hips, for they were pips. His chunky body swayed to the ragtime. The woman in the corner kept time with long white arms raised above her head. "Bet she's a snake charmer," said Henslowe. "Oh, wild woman loved that child, he could drive 10 women wild, oh, Sinbad was in bad all around." Heinemann waved his arms, pointed again to Henslowe, and sank into his chair, saying in the tones of a Shakespearean actor, "C'est lui, Sinbad." The girl hid her face on the tablecloth, shaken with laughter. Andrews could hear a convulsed little voice saying, "Oh, qu'il est rigolo." Heinemann took off the canteen and handed it back to the French soldier. "Merci, camarade," he said solemnly. "Eh bien, Jeanne, c'est temps de ficher le camp," said the French soldier to the girl. They got up. He shook hands with the Americans. Andrews caught the girl's eye and they both started laughing convulsively again. Andrews noticed how erect and supple she walked as his eyes followed her to the door. Andrews's party followed soon after. "We've got to hurry if we want to get to the Lapin Agile before closing. And I've got to have a drink," said Heinemann, still talking in his stagey Shakespearean voice. "Have you ever been on the stage?" asked Andrews. "What stage, sir? I am in the last stages now, sir. I am an artistic photographer and none other. Moki and I are going into the movies together when they decide to have peace." "Who's Moki?" "Moki Hadj is the lady in the salmon-colored dress," said Henslowe in a loud stage whisper in Andrews's ear. "They have a lion cub named Boo Boo." "Our firstborn," said Heinemann with a wave of the hand. The streets were deserted. A thin ray of moonlight, bursting now and then through the heavy clouds, lit up low houses and roughly cobbled streets, and the flights of steps with rare dim lamps bracketed in house walls that led up to the Butte. There was a gendarme in front of the door at the Lapin Agile. The street was full of groups that had just come out, American officers and YMCA women, with a sprinkling of the inhabitants of the region. "Now look, we're late," groaned Heinemann in a tearful voice. "Never mind, Heinz," said Henslowe. "Le Guy'll take us to see de Clocheville like he did last time. N'est-ce pas, Le Guy?" Then Andrews heard him add, talking to a man he had not seen before, "Come along, Aubrey. I'll introduce you later." They climbed further up the hill. There was a scent of wet gardens in the air, entirely silent except for the clatter of their feet on the cobbles. Heinemann was dancing a sort of jig at the head of the procession. They stopped before a tall cadaverous house and started climbing a rickety wooden stairway. "Talk about inside dope. I heard this from a man who's actually in the room when the peace conference meets." Andrews heard Aubrey's voice with a Chicago burr in the R's, behind him on the stairs. "Fine, let's hear it," said Henslowe. "Did you say the peace conference took dope?" shouted Heinemann, whose puffing could be heard as he climbed the dark stairs ahead of them. "Shut up, Heinz." They stumbled over a raised doorstep into a large garret room with a tile floor, where a tall, lean man in a monastic-looking dressing gown of some brown material received them. The only candle made all their shadows dance fantastically on the slanting white walls as they moved about. One side of the room had 3 big windows, with an occasional cracked pane mended with newspaper, stretching from floor to ceiling. In front of them were 2 couches with rugs piled on them. On the opposite wall was a confused mass of canvases, piled one against the other, leaning helter-skelter against the slanting wall of the room. "C'est le bon vin, c'est la chanson du vin," chanted Heineman. Everyone settled themselves on couches. The lanky man in the brown dressing gown brought a table out of the shadow, put some black bottles and heavy glasses on it, and drew up a camp stool for himself. "He lives that way. They say he never goes out. Stays here and paints, and when friends come in he feeds them wine and charges them double," said Henslowe. "That's how he lives." The lanky man began taking bits of candle out of a drawer of the table and lighting them. Andrews saw that his feet and legs were bare below the frayed edge of the dressing gown. The candlelight lit up the men's flushed faces and the crude banana yellows and arsenic greens of the canvases along the walls, against which jars full of paint brushes cast blurred shadows. "I was going to tell you, Henny," said Aubrey, "the dope is that the president's going to leave the conference, going to call them all damn blackguards to their faces and walk out, with the band playing the Internationale." "God, that's news," cried Andrews. "If he does that he'll recognize the Soviets," said Henslowe. "Me for the first Red Cross mission that goes to save starving Russia. Gee, that's great. I'll write you a postal from Moscow, Andy, if they haven't been abolished as delusions of the bourgeoisie." "Hell no. I've got $500 worth of Russian bonds that girl Vera gave me. But worth 5 million, 10 million, 50 million if the Czar gets back. I'm backing the little white father," cried Heineman. "Anyway, Moki says he's alive. That Savarov's got him locked up in a suite in the Ritz. And Moki knows. Moki knows a damn lot, I'll admit that," said Henslowe. "But just think of it," said Aubrey. "That means world revolution with the United States at the head of it. What do you think of that?" "Moki doesn't think so," said Heineman. "And Moki knows." "She just knows what a lot of reactionary warlords tell her," said Aubrey. "This man I was talking with at the Crillon, I wish I could tell you his name, heard it directly from... well, you know who." He turned to Henslowe, who smiled knowingly. "There's a mission in Russia at this minute making peace with Lenin." "A goddamn outrage," cried Heineman, knocking a bottle off the table. The lanky man picked up the pieces patiently without comment. "The new era is opening, man, I swear it is," began Aubrey. "The old order is dissolving. It is going down under a weight of misery and crime. This will be the first great gesture towards a newer and better world. There is no alternative. The chance will never come back. It is either for us to step courageously forward or slip into unbelievable horrors of anarchy and civil war. Peace or the Dark Ages again." Andrews had felt for some time an uncontrollable sleepiness coming over him. He rolled himself in a rug and stretched out on the empty couch. The voices arguing, wrangling, enunciating emphatic phrases, dinned for a minute in his ears. He went to sleep. When Andrews woke up, he found himself staring at the cracked plaster of an unfamiliar ceiling. For some moments he could not guess where he was. Henslowe was sleeping wrapped in another rug on the couch beside him. Except for Henslowe's breathing there was complete silence. Floods of silvery grey light poured in through the wide windows, behind which Andrews could see a sky full of bright dove-colored clouds. He sat up carefully. Sometime in the night he must have taken off his tunic and boots and puttees, which were on the floor beside the couch. The tables with the bottles had gone, and the lanky man was nowhere to be seen. Andrews went to the window in his stockinged feet. Paris way, A slate grey and dove color lay spread out like a Turkish carpet, with a silvery band of mist where the river was, out of which the Eiffel Tower stood up like a man waiting. Here and there blue smoke and brown spiraled up to lose itself in the faint canopy of brown fog that hung high above the houses. Andrews stood a long while, leaning against the window frame, until he heard Henslow's voice behind him. "Depuis le jour où je me suis donné." "You look like Louise." Andrews turned round. Henslow was sitting on the edge of the bed with his hair in disorder, combing his little silky mustache with a pocket comb. "Gee, I have a head," he said. "My tongue feels like a nutmeg grater. Doesn't yours?" "No, I feel like a fighting cock." "What do you say we go down to the Seine and have a bath in Benny Franklin's bathtub?" "Where's that? It sounds grand." "Then we'll have the biggest breakfast ever." "Oh, that's the right spirit. Where's everybody gone to?" "Old Heinz has gone to his Moki, I guess, and Aubrey's gone to collect more dope at the Crillon. He says 4 a.m, when the drunks come home, is the prime time for a newspaper man." "And the monkish man?" "Search me." The streets were full of men and girls hurrying to work. Everything sparkled, had an air of being just scrubbed. They passed bakeries from which came a rich smell of fresh baked bread. From cafes came whiffs of roasting coffee. They crossed through the markets that were full of heavy carts lumbering to and fro, and women with net bags full of vegetables. There was a pungent scent of crushed cabbage leaves and carrots and wet clay. The mist was raw and biting along the quai, and made the blood come into their cheeks and their hands stiff with cold. The bathhouse was a huge barge with a house built on it in a lozenge shape. They crossed to it by a little gangplank on which were a few geraniums in pots. The attendant gave them 2 rooms side by side on the lower deck, painted grey, with steamed over windows, through which Andrews caught glimpses of hurrying green water. He stripped his clothes off quickly. The tub was of copper varnished with some white metal inside. The water flowed in through 2 copper swans' necks. When Andrews stepped into the hot green water, a little window in the partition flew open and Henslow shouted into him: "Talk about modern conveniences! You can converse while you bathe." Andrews scrubbed himself jauntily with a square piece of pink soap, splashing the water about like a small boy. He stood up and lathered himself all over, and then let himself slide into the water, which splashed out over the floor. "D'you think you're a performing seal?" shouted Henslow. "It's all so preposterous," cried Andrews, going off into convulsions of laughter. "She has a lion cub named Boo Boo, and Nicholas Romanoff lives in the Ritz, and the revolution is scheduled for day after tomorrow at 12 noon." "I'd put it about the 1st of May," answered Henslow amid a sound of splashing. "Gee, it'd be great to be a people's commissary. You could go and revolute the Grand Lama of Tibet." "Oh, it's too deliciously preposterous," cried Andrews, letting himself slide a second time into the bathtub. End of Section 12